great time here in what I call nostalgia paradise, as here we have a collection of old computers that my family has owned for a while. These two we've owned, these we've owned. However, there's still one more that's waiting to be part of the family, but probably cannot be at the moment. So why don't we take this time and introduce each of these computers. This is a Dell Vostro 1540. I don't know why this thing was on the webcam, but it shouldn't be. Anyway, this is a Dell Vostro 1540, which I assume is from 2012, either 2012 or 2011, because when I looked at the drivers for this, it said it expired in 2013. So this leads me to believe that this thing came out in 2011, because it had a 2-year manufacturer warranty at the time. And yes, it does come pre-installed with Windows 7, more specifically Windows 7 Professional, as you will see in just a moment. That is very nice. Yeah, that's the standard lock screen. However, there is a slight problem. First of all, these Control and Alt keys apparently don't work, but it's close enough. And second, this copy of Windows is connected to a domain. It is connected to a domain in which I do not know the password for, or any of them. What I intend on doing with this is I'm going to wipe the copy of Windows off, and I'm going to reinstall it with the factory image. We move on to this Lenovo ThinkPad Edge E545 from 2012. However, it does not have an operating system, because before this thing was given to me, it was remotely wiped. So I can launch Lenovo Diagnostics and do stuff with the system. However, there is no operating system. Because I have been unable to obtain its factory recovery media, I'm going to be using my standard copy of Windows 8.1, and then I'm going to install all the drivers from Lenovo. Next up here is a Dell Inspiron 5520, which is also either from 2012 or 2013, probably 2012 or 2011. This also does not have an operating system on it, because again, the hard drive was wiped. However, the other one of this that I tested, that one actually was upgraded to Windows 10. I'm assuming this must be the same case. This must be the same exact case. What does come with Windows 10, however, this HP, looks to be an HP computer. This has some administrator passwords on it. So this computer is, again, essentially connected to a domain. It's really not connected to a domain. However, the computer is actually connected to a domain of itself. The computer is essentially connected to its own domain. This here is an Acer TravelMate 2303L. This one has a Celeron, and of course it has XP. However, unfortunately, either the hard drive is corrupted or it failed altogether. So what I'm going to try and do is I'm going to see if I can use a boot CD to see if I can repair the hard drive, get it back up and running. If not, then what I'll just do is I'll just use Windows to go on a USB drive. So this here is a Dell Inspiron 5755 computer that I got in 2015. Yeah, it's been on for so long the battery has completely depleted. This one actually does hold some history in me because I have actually used this computer as my main computer ever since I got it back in 2015. This has a 2 terabyte mechanical hard drive inside of it, and it's running off an AMD processor. Now, in 2020, that was when I got a new computer, and that's the one I still have to this day. However, that thing has been causing me a little bit of problems ever since. Like, here's one particular example. I'm sure you might have seen it during my Windows 11 upgrade live stream that I did. More particularly, like, if the battery, like around this area here, gets too hot, the system would end up crashing with a clock watchdog blue screen. And even after factory resetting the system, it wouldn't do anything. The only thing I saw was a Dell logo. Yeah, this computer is so slow, especially since it's been a long time since I ever touched it. Yeah, it's been a long time since I've touched it. Yeah, I got this in 2015, for Christmas of 2015 to be more exact. And it has been doing me good since then. Uh-oh. I think the battery is too depleted. It won't even turn on correctly anymore. I don't know what the problem is, but yeah, this computer is a little too old. But let's just see if we can get some life out of it. Well, while we try and see if we can get that running, let's move on to the Dell Latitude E6540 laptop that I assume is from 2013. Now, here's something weird I noticed about this particular machine. It has the Windows 8 and 8.1 logo, but this is in reality running Windows 7. I even noticed this too when I created recovery media for this on my desktop computer in my office. This isn't the factory installation because there is no Dell screen. However, everything does work fine. However, this is again connected to a domain, which again I do not know the password for. So I'm going to use that USB recovery stick to reset this computer back to the way it was when it came from the factory. And as far as I know, Windows 7 Professional was pre-installed with this system. So we're gonna have to find out for myself. All right, and yes, this computer is finally on. I mean, personally, it's been a long time since I've touched it. And I mean, this is like so old. I mean, I had actually had this for, I've had this for a long time, but of course I reduced it down when I was getting rid of it. But I know there's actually still a lot of old files on here that I actually do want to show off. I'm going to wait for the Latitude to shut down before I pull the plug. Otherwise Windows Boot Manager is going to get mad and say that it didn't shut down correctly because the power adapter was pulled. But yeah, I'm assuming the last version that I left this on was like it was either 20H1 or H2, but regardless, it's an out-of-date version. Yeah, look at this. Yeah, the battery is so depleted that Windows 10 is just going to come up with this message out. But look at this. Yeah, I had a start menu completely jam-packed. Like look at all this stuff. There's folders of stuff and everything. It's incredible how much I have jam-packed onto that. All right, and while this thing continues to load stuff, we will move on to this Compaq Presario 5300 computer from 2000 and I was going to go through the automatic configuration options after I plug it in. So that's what it's going to do twice before it actually starts loading the OS. Yeah, this computer was actually my mother's old system, and I did actually have a second. There was actually a second one that was used personally for me. But yeah, there is like so much old stuff on this system. I mean, yeah, these are like, there's like so much old stuff on here. Like, for instance, these shows that I did way before I did YouTube and all that stuff. Yeah, there's like a... Yeah, and Kaspersky knows how old this machine is. Again, all of these machines are going to have their original installations wiped, but I actually might want to keep this as an archive because there's been a whole ton of stuff that I've been going after, and it was all on that one machine. Let's go back to the Presario. Yeah, this thing is like so slow because this thing only has a 20 gig hard drive and it's running on 256 megs of RAM, which I believe is XP's minimum requirements. And I'm sure these requirements would be good to run Windows 2000. I wonder what this thing might look like running on 2000. But I will show you. Yeah, and she did have the classic theme set up, which you could do all the way up to Windows 7. And you could still do the classic start menu in XP and Vista, but however in 7 you would no longer be given that option. I mean, there is still a lot of old stuff on this machine. Like, for instance, look at all these Price is Right episodes. And somewhere on here are my first official EAS videos that I did. And a lot of the stuff from there was actually archived onto many sets of DVDs that I have. And in the meantime, we can tour around the system here and you can see what it's got. So it's got all of this stuff. All right, let's try loading the properties again. It looks like it is actually loading something this time. The only stuff that I left on here is like the latest like the last seasons of these shows that I did in 2021 prior to the thing. But yeah, that's what happens when laptops like these are sitting unused for long periods of time. Their batteries are depleted so much that the only way these can work are on charger, that they can only work on the power. Yeah, here was season 7, but there was actually another particular thing I was looking for, and that is an episode of one particular show that I created. And it looks like the system properties are refusing to open, but I mean, it does make sense because this is because this does have 256 megs of RAM. Alright, if the properties are not going to show up, then I will tell you that this is running Service Pack 3 of Windows XP Home. And I'm not sure when this thing was last updated. But I want to see when that thing was last updated. Could be in this folder here. Have, what is it called? Season 7? I'm just going to let the thumbnails load, but if I go into the settings, yeah, I only created this local account after I reset the system. Oh yeah, all the season premieres and finales are right here, so at least I have a complete archive of each of them. However, I know I already have the episode archived onto a DVD. Well, all of them, that is. And here we go. Windows XP Home Edition Service Pack 3. No firewall is turned on. Yeah, like that, oh yeah, the slow refresh rate. It's not of the monitor, it's actually of the graphics card inside of the machine. But of course there's one of my favorite games that I would always go after on XP. And that would be 3D Pinball Space Cadet. Surprisingly enough, I actually did carry over the files from the game. So if pinball could only work on Windows XP, you better think again, because yes, you could actually download the pinball game files on the internet, and you can actually play the game as if you were running XP. And yes, it does work on 64-bit systems, but yeah, this is on 20H2, so this is a really old release. Look at that. It's got updates from 2021. That's how old the system is. Yeah, I'm not gonna spend the time playing pinball, but I mean, the battery is literally, oh yeah, there's the old people. It just feels so old. But here, I'll show you. I think it might go just like Vista, just like that HP computer with Vista. As soon as I pull the plug, yep, the battery is so depleted that as soon as I pull the plug, the computer just shuts right down. Yeah, that's how depleted the battery is on that thing. It's unbelievable. It's unbelievable how depleted the battery is for a 2015 machine. But at least it does make sense. But of course, we're not going to hear any of the pinball sounds that I find funny. But I can actually try the hidden test Easter egg. Because look, as soon as I type hidden test, I can actually drag the pinball anywhere on the board. I can drag it into the hyperspace and the jackpot. And if I hold it down in this area long enough, it'll trigger the gravity well. Let's see what the high scores were for this game, because the last high score was like 3 million. Because 3 million points was actually the last high score on this game the last time it was played. And when I went into control panel, yeah, this keyboard is not original. This keyboard actually came with my Inspiron. I did actually use it when I got that computer brand new. However, it does actually work on this machine, which is surprising. But this is something weird I've noticed, because in the control panel, this has the easy access buttons page in the control panel. So I suppose when this machine was brand new, we don't have its original keyboard, but there is easy access buttons that you could program to. But here's a look at some of the other applications on the system. And when I was digging through the system for a recovery partition or recovery media creation, unfortunately I couldn't find any. So what I end up doing with all these computers is I'm going to end up reinstalling their original factory image. By the way, these computers have all been backed up. Everything on this computer has been backed up onto DVDs. But you know, it's glad I can still reminisce these machines, and I'll see what kind of capabilities I can put these through. Maybe see if I could try to put them through newer versions of Windows like Vista or 7. I don't think this thing isn't even going to make it to 10 at all. Surprised to see this thing is running 10, however, it's really slow. It could sometimes be because of the bloatware on the system, or it could be just the hardware in general. This computer by far is the fastest. Like all the Windows 7 machines, those are actually the fastest. The Vista machine upstairs is the fastest as well. And last, but certainly not least, is this HP P2-1334 desktop computer from 2012. It's got a AMD processor. It's got 4 gigs of RAM. Has a 500 gig hard drive inside of it. And this thing did come pre-installed with Windows 8. Now this computer essentially replaced the Compaq because of how slow it was. But yeah, this thing was actually much faster when this was brand new. And yes, this of course does have a password on it. And of course it does have a lot of personal items on the desktop, but everything on this machine was already backed up, so it is clear for what I plan to do with it next. So let me explain the story behind this machine. So we got this machine brand new. This did come with Windows 8. No, it's not the updated 8.1. It came with the original Windows 8, the first Windows 8 that many people were complaining about. You know, the Metro UI, the Metro UI, and missing at the start button. Well, look at that, a Windows 10 out-of-box experience. No, I'm not going to go through that. Anyway, what I was going to say was that this thing came with the original Windows 8 pre-installed. That time does not look correct, because it surely doesn't look like it on my watch. Anyway, so then when the updated Windows 8.1 was released, Microsoft made it available for free through the Microsoft Store. So you could go into the Microsoft Store, download Windows 8.1. So it was essentially like a feature update for Windows 8, but it really kind of is. The only thing that it really updated was it brought back the start button. The start button was really the only thing that Windows 8 brought back. Yeah, that Windows 8.1 brought back. It still had the Metro UI and such, but then the other change is that it now by default launches to the desktop rather than the Metro UI start screen, as Microsoft called it at the time. It was only the latest OS for about 2 years, because then in 2015, that's when Microsoft released Windows 10. Try our free protection. Yeah, this computer has had Kaspersky antivirus on the system when this was still used. And you can see how old this was. This was last updated in February of 2021. And this was the feature update it was trying to go to, but we didn't get a chance to do it. So this is running Windows 10 1909. So, and then again it was 2015 and Microsoft had released Windows 10. And it was Christmas of that year, if you remember, that I got this. This came with the original release to manufacturing build of Windows 10, which is build 1511. And then updated that, or was it? No, it was 1507. 1507 was the release to manufacturing build. And then updated it to 15.11, and essentially I was able to update this through every single version of Windows 10 that was ever released. And of course I was able to put it through 15.11, the anniversary update, the creators update, the fall creators update, the April 2018 update, and then the October 2018 update, however, was actually the first of several updates that started to give me problems. These are the complete specs of the machine. Windows 10. Yeah, this was when it was last updated with another feature release. And this version lost support. This version of Windows 10 specifically lost support a couple of years ago. So I'm surprised that it hasn't gotten any message saying, hey, this version of Windows 10 you're running is no longer receiving updates. You need to update to a later version, or if your computer supports it, you can run Windows 11. Almost certainly this thing cannot run Windows 11, because most likely it does not even come close to meeting Microsoft's requirements for the new OS. Going back to this, the October 2018 update was actually one of the first updates where I had problems getting it installed. Like, here's one example. This has an HDMI port on the side, and I had it connected to an external monitor. A monitor kind of like this. However, the update would remain at 84% for about half an hour up to an hour. It would go to 85, go black, and then just fail altogether. It did this no matter how I tried it. I did it through Windows Update. It wouldn't do it. The Update Assistant, as it was called at the time, still the same result. And even the Media Creation tool provided the same result. However, when I pulled the HDMI cable out of the machine, it did update. So that was the particular problem. However, when that update was initially released, there was a major bug in the OS that Microsoft actually had to pull the update so they can address the bug and then re-release it. So the one I did install was the re-release. I waited until Microsoft patched the bug before they re-released the update. And then came 19H1. That one was actually a huge pain to install, because this time it wouldn't even get past 0. It wouldn't even get past 0, as far as I remember. So I had to do Windows Update. It did the same thing. So then my last resort for it was the Media Creation tool. I did that and it worked just fine. All the other updates that I put it through, 19H2 and 20H1, all did work correctly. And if I remember, this computer was upgraded to Windows 10 either around the anniversary update or the fall creators update. I don't know which one it was, but either way. But then there was also another thing. In 2016, when the anniversary update was released, Microsoft had released this, or had deployed this Get Windows 10 app to users running Windows 7, 8, and 8.1, in which they could upgrade to it for free for a limited time. However, it was their attempt to up their campaign, as Microsoft had essentially been forcing Windows 10 onto those machines. There was one video I saw where some guy was showing the upgrade process of his laptop to Windows 10, and then he goes on ranting how he needs Windows 7 for many of his business things. There was another video I saw on how to decline the free upgrade even after you're forced. In the video, it shows the license terms in the out-of-box experience, and then once they hit decline, it would revert back to the previous version. However, you will have 30 days after you make the switch if you want to go back to your previous operating system. So if it would be Windows 7, it would say Windows 7 or 8 or 8.1 and so on. However, if you are going to a newer feature update from a previous one, you would only get 10 days. But it's been more than 10 days, so unfortunately, this no longer has the option to do so. And the same is true now for Windows 11. You only get 10 days after you upgrade. So if you don't like Windows 11, then you can go back to 10. However, if it's been more than 10 days, then you're out of luck. But I did actually see a few videos and tweaks of how you could go back to Windows 10 or 11 after the 10 days. Like one example being using the Windows 10 Media Creation tool to reinstall Windows 10. However, what is the best advice is if you have 11, if the 10 days have passed and it has cleared the Windows.0 folder and you still want to go back to Windows 10, well, the only thing you would have to do is rely on your computer manufacturer's recovery media. Like, for instance, this machine here. This has been on Windows 10 for a while, and what I intend on doing with this is restoring it back to Windows 8 and creating recovery media for it should I need it in the future. This is actually a good thing because whatever experiments I put this through that might wipe the entire hard drive and the recovery partition, and then when I want to put the original factory installation back on the system, then I can just do that and end up restoring it, which we will do in a future episode. I should be able to create recovery media for it, but yeah, that's not the kind of behavior my disk drive does. But this thing is like kind of a pain to eject. You have to push the lid in order to close the disk drive, which is a big pain for a machine like this. And this doesn't have any speakers on it either, so I'm not going to get anything. And these databases were last updated in 2021, which was the last time we used it, but unfortunately not the case anymore. So what I will most likely do is I'll use the recovery manager built into Windows, and then, or rather, I'll use the recovery manager that was supplied by HP and use that to restore the system. We can also access it through the options. So if I hold down Shift and click Restart, it'll bring me directly to the options menu. So pretty much that's essentially it. Exit and continue to Windows 10 on Volume 4. There's 2 Windows 10s. That's what I find weird. But if I take through the troubleshoot menu, see more recovery options. So it looks like we cannot access the recovery manager from this menu, but we would be able to access it from within Windows. So that's essentially it for this computer, and that's it for the rest of them. So that's going to do it for this particular episode. So I want to take this time and show you each of the computers that I have collected, and some that I've owned for, or some of my family has owned for many, many years. And then I'm finally putting them to good use again for you all. So thanks for watching the first episode of Nostalgia Paradise. Can't wait to do more. And we will have another one for you very soon. So until then, thanks for watching, and we'll see you in the next episode. So here, this is a Dell Latitude E6540. As I mentioned in the last episode, this is running an organization copy of Windows 7 Professional. Again, as I said, this has a domain attached to the system. So what we're going to do in this episode is we're going to be restoring this machine back to the way it was when it left the factory. So on this USB here, I have the original factory image. So I have the original factory image on a USB flash drive. So we're going to plug that flash drive into the system and restart. Now on many Dell computers, the boot key is F12. There we go, preparing one-time boot menu. You can see there's no support assist OS recovery because this computer is from 2013. So we're going to boot off of the USB. And it says, now it's loading the files. Oh yes, I remember the orbs going along the screen. There is already a difference from a standard installation of Windows. Well, basically, essentially, if you purchase a retail copy, because you don't get this screen, because this is a special screen, so you have to, so it puts my language is, and it translates it into many other languages. So essentially you just click it and then it's just a standard installation. So if you were to go out and buy a standard copy of Windows 7 and you were to install it, this is the first screen you would see. And pretty much everything just goes as it is. So we're going to go ahead and install. On this particular machine, I actually did use a Dell recovery USB. And it was right after I hit install now where it was stuck for like about maybe like a minute up to 2 minutes, I believe. I think it was either like 1 minute, maybe up to 5. And during that time, it was actually in the process of formatting the hard drive. As soon as that happened, though, as soon as it got to the either the license agreement like here or where do you want to install Windows, right where it got to that, it went to a support assist recovery screen saying that your system has having trouble starting and your system is being scanned to see if there's any hardware problems. And then as soon as I aborted the test, then it just shut down. Oh, getting Windows ready. Ah yes, a really outdated system. And yes, this is the media from Dell, Windows 7 Professional Service Pack 1. You have to accept the terms. We cannot upgrade because we are not within Windows. In fact, we are going to be deleting this partition. So this is a 500 gig hard drive. I can already tell. So this here is the organization installation of Windows 7, and then this is the system reserved probably for the recovery. So what we're going to do is we're going to delete this partition. And there we go. All of the organization stuff is gone. So we're going to go ahead and OK to erase that partition. And now we have the full partition free. And off we go. Now since this is going to be on actual hardware, this is going to take a little while than what it usually goes on a virtual machine. Because when I've been running Windows installations on virtual machines, they did not take as long, and it looks like this may be the same story here. I mean, we're already at like 8%. So it looks like we may already be done with this process within just a few minutes. But here's that Inspiron again from the last episode. Yes, again, I showed off how depleted the battery is. It's very, very depleted. I mean, it's so depleted that the battery won't even hold a charge anymore. And it does make sense, too, because the last time I used it was back in, I think, like a few months after I got my new laptop. That's where, you know, I was just using it and then it just suddenly shut off, and then it was just doing a whole color pattern like thing, and every so often just beeping and stuff like that. It was just terrible. And in fact, it had been doing that for over a week. Well, actually about a week it had been doing that, and then when we were in touch with Dell support, it just suddenly started working again. It actually decided to load Windows. So until that time, I had to have my old laptop take over, and so far as for that other one, it's been doing well ever since. So, well, other than that other thing that I had just mentioned, so. This is going a lot quicker than I thought. I mean, we're already halfway through with the copying files stage of the setup. Now, as I had already mentioned in the last episode, when I was creating this recovery media, I was curious to see if this would come up with Windows 8 or Windows 8.1 or even Windows 10. But I was surprised to find out that this thing actually had Windows 7. So then I just went ahead and see what would my options be if I were to use the recovery. So when I was going to see what it would contain, I've discovered that it would only contain the operating system. It wouldn't contain any of the drivers. So that would mean I would have to find the drivers on Dell's website after the installation. So there's one particular thing I'm going after. There's a lot of old stuff in here. Select to choose what happens with removable drives. Aha, this is the file I've been looking for. Well, I guess I could call this a Dellosaurus 2.0, and I can't even copy this file. Well, that's what this USB is for. Because I'm going to be formatting that USB after we finish with the recovery. As I'm going to be formatting the USB we're using now after the recovery is done. Some of the programs that I usually use on a regular basis, like for instance Audacity, or I might end up putting the Microsoft Edge browser onto here because, I mean, it is compatible with Windows 7. Because, I mean, when Internet Explorer lost support a few months ago, Microsoft had already blocked Internet Explorer from running. That was even on a later build of Windows 10 that they did. So, pretty much one of the only OS, this is pretty much one of the only OSs where you could still use Internet Explorer. Windows 10, pretty much you can't anymore. On 11, it's impossible because it's no longer on the system altogether. Turn on virus protection. That's because Kaspersky is really out of date. I mean, it's running on databases from like 2021, which is a couple years out of date. Alright, now it is ready for the reboot. So now it's ready to restart. at this point, there is no going back. We're already nearly done with the reset. So pretty much if we were to cancel it now, this is it. It's too late. You can't go back. We're just gonna have to let it finish. So then again, as I said earlier, I'll have to supply the drivers after the installation. So now it's adjusting the display. And it's ready to wrap up, because even if we were to try and cancel it, it would say it cannot be canceled at this point, as it could leave in an unusable state. Yeah, that's right, because even if you try to cancel it, it would say installation of Windows is not fully completed, you must restart installation. So essentially it's like a do-over kind of thing. Setup is preparing your computer for first use. Well, this is actually going to be the first official use by me of this particular machine, however. Because I don't know any of the passwords to get into any accounts on that domain. But all the other computers that are connected to the same domain, like for instance this machine here, will go through the same process. However, this doesn't have an OS, so that will just go straight to the installation. The Lenovo will go through the same process as well. And now the installation is officially complete. So this is pretty much just your typical out-of-box experience. Now usually I don't want to use a personal name, so personally I just use a standard name. I'll just name it Nostalgia Lat, because it's a Latitude machine. And no, I am not going to apply a password. And we will use the recommended settings, even though Windows 7 is no longer receiving updates, and the paid update service has long since ended. And yes, since there are no drivers installed, it just goes right to the first logon. Or rather, I'd like to use the term sign in, because that's what Microsoft uses nowadays. They use the terms sign in and sign out. And you can tell we don't have the proper display drivers because it's like at an 800 by 600 resolution. But we will easily fix that once we get the drivers installed. So at this point I can go ahead and take out the recovery USB. And there we are. We are at the desktop. And again, as I said, we do not have any of the Aero stuff, and that's because we don't have any of the drivers installed. And again, as I said, we could change themes and whatnot, but again, we will not get any of the fancy Aero effects. I mean, you know, Windows 7 is actually a lot better with the Aero. However, since we don't have the proper display drivers, we unfortunately will not be able to use Aero. But again, as I said, this is a typical installation, because all it did was just install Windows 7 as a standard copy. So you can see you got all the stuff here, all these accessories, Windows Update, and all that stuff. And there is also an update patch that I will need to install if I want to get this thing fully updated, because there's, again, as I said, there's no internet connection, and it wouldn't even with just this, it won't even be able to find any updates in the first place anyway, because, again, as I had said, the Windows Update servers for older operating systems were shut down. It was most likely sometime after Microsoft ended support for Windows 7. Well, now the good part about this is now we can actually get into Windows. However, we still need to install the drivers in order to maintain full functionality. So for right now, it's going to remain in a state of limbo until we can figure things out. So here is all the partitions on all the drives. This is the recovery partition we're going to delete. This is the active partition. Yes, I am sure. So that's going to delete the recovery media off the USB. And there we go. So what we're going to have to do is we're going to have to create a new volume. We're going to use the entire drive. Can't do EFG. We're going to do the G. And we're just going to name it as it is. Yeah, can't even do the fade to lock, because again, it doesn't do the fade lock sequence because again, as I said, there is no drivers on the system. It's just using the standard Microsoft drivers for the particular machine, so we can't adjust the brightness or anything. Yeah, we can't do that, but that will be resolved once we install the drivers on the system. And what do you know? It's almost time to restart. It's almost time to restart for a system update. Well, we'll be done with this thing soon enough. And there we go. As you can see, we now have our new volume. As you can see now, we have our new volume. I'm going to reformat it, and this time I'm going to name it PNY. I'm just going to call it PNY for short. And then we're going to format it again. And there we go. Now this is a much larger file system, so now it can copy over the video or whatever I wanted to copy over. In the next episode, we are going to be installing the drivers onto this machine, and then we're going to create recovery media for one of these other computers, either the Vostro or the Inspiron. And then in a later episode, we'll work with the Lenovo and the HP. And eventually we'll work on restoring this HP back to Windows 8. So those are what the future So those are what are to come in the series. So for now, since this doesn't have any drivers, these are just the standard Microsoft drivers. So as soon as I get the drivers installed, then I'll start installing some commonly used programs that I use on my regular computer in my office onto this machine. More particularly, let's see if I can put Office on there, VLC, Audacity, and a lot of other programs, and maybe an antivirus too as well. But that will be for a later time. So until then, this has been Nostalgia Paradise. Thank you for watching, and we will see you in the next episode. next nostalgia episode, we are returning to the Latitude, and we are going to finalize the restoration process of the hard drive. Again, where we last left it, there are no drivers on the system. So that's what we're going to be doing in this episode, plus beginning the restoration process, sort of, on another computer. But again, like you saw in the last episode, the HP is now upstairs in my office. Which so far we've had no luck yet, no weather radio stream started on there. But maybe we'll see if something like the Latitude can do better. If I decide to do so with this thing, if it is capable, then I'll have to upgrade this thing to Windows 10. Maybe I'll see if I can do the LTSB, which will provide updates for several more years. But what we're going to be doing in this episode is we're going to be installing all the drivers. So again, we don't have a proper display driver, we don't have the Wi-Fi card, but on this flash drive here is all of the applications for all the drivers. So we're going to go ahead and install them all one by one, and I know I have several that are like duplicates, so I'll just ignore the duplicate files. So we're going to start with the audio card. Yes, user account control, can't get enough of it. And while this is going, if we go into device manager, the audio driver I'm assuming it's using is the default one. So I suppose it's using the default driver. And the display adapter is the default one. So everything is default. Realtek HD codec. That is what we are going to install. This will install the audio driver. Yes. Please make sure you are closing all recording applications. Essentially what it is like applications that are using the sound card to play back audio or videos. Like what I'm talking about is Windows Media Player, VLC Player. If it could be something like whatever website you're on that's outputting audio, it's talking about that, closing that, because what it's going to do is it's going to cut off the audio while the new driver is being installed. And we can see that it is doing its job. It says speaker headphones. We have no sound, but that's perfectly normal. That's the installation progress. The Dell backup and recovery tool. Network framework 4 is required, so we'll install that too. Oh, it looks like it wants to try to load the website in the up in Internet Explorer. Which reminds me, let's install the network driver next. So let's see, there's an A12. Let's install this one. So the Ethernet network driver, let's install that. Current version, not install, new version. Do you want to continue? Yes. Backup and recovery failed. Let's give it another try. 4, you can use the driver. You must restart. We're going to tell it no. We are not going to restart. Yes, it says successful, but now restart is required. All right. We should be able to connect to the internet now. Let's see if we can install the other one. This is the Wi-Fi driver, so this is the one we want. So now this is going to install the Wi-Fi driver on the system. So now this will allow us to wirelessly connect to the internet, and we can finish downloading programs and stuff like that. And what's even better is that we will be able to update Windows. Yes, even though people don't even read the terms and conditions and support and stuff like that. So there we go. We're going to see that menu change. Meanwhile, I'll just go ahead and run the installers of the remaining drivers. And if there are any duplicates, I'll delete those. Success. You're about to install the management engine. Yes, that's what we're going to install. Accept it. We're going to install it. We're going to give the we're going to try the Dell Backup and Recovery tool again. Oh, that's right. It needs network 4. So let's connect it to the internet. The whole thing is weirdly worded on Windows 7. I mean, it's a lot different than it is over on Windows 10. And we are online. That is great. And of course, when you connect to a new network, it'll tell you like where the network is and everything like that. Okay, so now that we have the network card installed, no, I'll do that later. Okay, let's see. It looks like we cannot download it. All right, so let's put another browser on here. This is everything. No, we will reboot later. Okay, what's going on here? Oh yeah, this is that same thing. All right, let's move on. Where are we at? Chipset. There are a lot of other drivers. So I think it was that chipset one that we just did. Was it that one? I think it was that chipset we just did, didn't we? Let's see what this one is. That microelectronics free fall data protection. This is the digital accelerometer. Alright, next. Yes, I accept the terms and conditions, and let's install. Micro card reader. And I see the Dell audio program already. Let's go ahead and just get the display driver taken care of. Yes. Install. So then I should be able to use the features like control, the brightness. Yeah, enable arrow. Supported operating systems, Windows 7, 8, 8.1. This was released in 2019. I'm surprised this one didn't even support Windows 10. Even though it says Windows 8.1, damn, it must have taken these guys a while to get this thing ready for Windows 10. But anyway, we'll just let it sit there and we'll let it do its work. In the meantime, I will move on with the next flash memory card. O2. This is called O2. When I think of O2, I think about that network carrier, that cell phone carrier in the UK. But that's an entirely different thing. So now what that display driver installer is doing, and it is all done. So looks like it's not going to ask us for a reboot. So we're going to install the DDP protected workspace driver next. And just thinking about it, it's too bad that Windows 10 does not have those arrow effects. This is about the Dell protection tool in Windows 7. We're going to go ahead and create. Okay. And this is the folder. Let's install it. Invisiga setup. Alright, so now it's installing. And Dell Command Update is the manufacturer driver updater tool. The tool that your manufacturer provides for drivers. Microsoft Framework 4.6.1 needs to be installed. Okay. Okay, so we're going to have to go and install that. Meanwhile, I'm just going to install Edge on Windows 7 right away, because, I mean, Windows 7 is compatible with Microsoft Edge. In fact, I think Microsoft pushed that out in an update at some point. So that's what I'm going to do once we're done with the drivers. So I'm not sure if that's the install driver. That's the end of the memory card, so we'll just hit finish. Again, we'll need to restart for everything. Dell Protected Workspace. Now, I mean, this is true because all of this is, you must restart the system. We're going to do that later. So we're just going to cancel that for right now. So what do we have to install next? Dell Digital Delivery. This is the... So now I know what the purpose of this is. So if you are... So like if you're migrating to a different computer, or if you had to reinstall Windows, you could re-download applications that you have purchased from that tool. And this requires 4.5. That is great. So I'm gonna delete the ones that have been done, and then I'll finish the process later. So next is the touchpad driver. And this E6540A27 is a BIOS update. And it says it's supposed to update it to A27. But I want to see what BIOS this is running. This is A27, and oh, it looks like it's already running .NET Framework for me. Nice. This is running A24, which is from 2018. So yeah, pretty outdated BIOS. Now I'm gonna run that last because it might just end up restarting the... It's probably gonna end up restarting the machine. So we're gonna install the Wi-Fi link. Now, the display driver does not work at the moment. However, it will take effect when we restart. I guess it must have crashed or didn't even run. Well, I think it is running, because it does have the user account control. We've already done the graphics card. Now we're going to do the host controller. So I think it's installing the Wi-Fi link in the background. Yes, I accept the terms. This is for Windows 7. So now we'll let the driver install. And this is an Ethernet controller driver. This platform is not compatible, or the application is in use. Okay, so I think, let's see, which one do we run here? So it says it unzipped the file, so what do we run? Well, that's because we're gonna wait to restart. Alright, so this is the 0 minutes. I find that weird. So, yeah, I think this is part of the update process. So, you are free to browse the web safely using Dell's protected workspace. And that's what we're going to continue with a little bit later on here. So what do? Do we like launch a security catalog? So I suppose these are like security catalogs. Okay. All right. So next we have to install the network application. And I think we already did the network driver. This is ProSet Wireless. Great, the Inspiron just rebooted. Oh boy. Now we'll see what that does. Alright, accept the terms. I guess it must, I guess that must wait before continuing any further. Alright, the serial driver. This is rapid storage technology, and we'll do the system utilities as well. That should be the last of them. The rapid storage requires network 4.5, which is already being installed. Accept the terms, install. This tool actually helps better optimize the system for power usage. That's what this tool does. So maybe we'll need to restart before we can try these again. Alright, that's installed. And now let's try this again. So we have the ProSet. So we have the ProSet wireless card. We have all the Intel management. We got the Dell Command Power Manager and Workspace. Okay, that's all installed. And now we are going to finish by installing the BIOS. This is Dell Data Security. This also requires Framework 4. So the framework is already installed, however we need to restart. Bluetooth driver is installed. That is the warning. Yes. Be sure that all these details are correct. Yes. Alright. So what's going to happen now is the computer is going to restart, and it will begin the process of updating the BIOS. And in addition, this will also configure the drivers. This will configure and properly set up all the drivers that required a restart. So while the BIOS continues to update, this is the computer that we're going to be doing next. The Inspiron 5520 that also came pre-installed with Windows 7. However, I still find it interesting that the Latitude has the Windows 10 or 8 logo, even though this is Windows 7 pre-installed. So again, as I mentioned, I believe that when Dell manufactured this, they pre-installed Windows 7, but then I believe the user had the option to upgrade to Windows 8 or 8.1, I think it was. But I mean, it is compatible with Windows 10. If it is compatible with Windows 10, then I might just end up upgrading this to Windows 10, and I'll see if I can upgrade it to that tiny release of 11, and if I can, then I will. Which probably I will not be able to. This is just like the BIOS update on my two main computers, so that the only difference is the logo. And the update is successful. I might just end up upgrading this to 10 and then leave the next computer we'll be doing on Windows 7, because when I was looking at that on Dell's website, it says it's not compatible with Windows 10, but that's alright. This thing does support 10, so I might end up upgrading this to 10 and then leave the Inspiron on 7. But I'll see what I can get installed on it. And as we can see, now we have the proper display drivers. So now we have a much bigger screen. We're not able to lower the brightness just yet. But now we should have proper drivers. Yes, we do, because now I can see. So now I can see that we have a much bigger screen resolution, and we had the fade in and out effect. However, it was just doing the system assessment after installing the drivers. And there we go. Windows 7 in its true glory. Just amazing. Well, let's take a look at the Dell Audio program, see what that's about. That's the security warning before executing. And are we able to control the brightness? Yes, we are. I see the Dell Audio program. That's good news. And yes, this has the Max Audio Pro. English, United States. So now .NET Framework 4 should be properly configured. And I'm going to check the programs just to be sure. I heard an error. It looks like no, it did. Framework 4 client profile. A browser built by Google. That's what we're going to install. Download should automatically begin. And I'm going to use this browser to install Microsoft Edge, because I do not plan on using the Chrome browser as my main browser specifically for this machine, even though I've been seeing on a lot of Google sites on Microsoft Edge saying that it's better if you switch to Chrome. But I mean, technically I did use Google Chrome as the main browser within the, I'd say the first 3 years of, I'd say like the first few years of Windows 10 support. That was until Microsoft was able to use the Chromium engine. That was before Microsoft used the Chromium engine for the Chrome browser. So essentially at that point, so we'll have to get back to that. So at that point, that's when I officially made the switch to Microsoft Edge, and I have been using that browser as my main browser ever since. And ever since then, Microsoft has actually been adding many more features to the Edge browser. which includes tools that the Google Chrome browser does not have. Like, for example, the Math Solver tool, where you could just take a snip of the screen and you could get assistance. In fact, the Google app actually does have those features. The Google app has those features where you can just scan it with the camera and it'll provide some assistance. I've been seeing ads for Google stuff lately when I've been scrolling through my recommended feed on my YouTube channel and stuff like that. So we're almost done here. We're just going to let the Chrome browser download and install. And then I'll just use the browser to download Framework 4.5 and all that good stuff. Meanwhile, let's go back to the audio program. And you know what my favorite thing is to do? Play the test sample. I really enjoy the test sample. I could just play with it all day if I wanted to. Oh, the speakers do not sound pleasant. At a much louder volume, they definitely do not sound pleasant. We're just gonna go ahead and move on to this Key in Cloud is the recovery tool for the next computer we're gonna be doing. I actually was able to install this copy of Windows in a virtual machine. However, when I attempted to use this tool, more specifically on an Acer OEM that I was able to successfully install, it was more specifically for an Aspire computer, I was able to properly install that. But, however, I tried running the tool in there and it told me that I can't even run it in a virtual machine. Which I think that's fair. And I find it quite interesting too, because I was curious to see if I could run manufactured programs inside of a virtual machine. This here is the tool that we're going to install. So we're going to go ahead and execute the setup. SoftThings, the same people that made the HP recovery utility. So this is Dell Direct Key, and this is the tool we're going to use to make the recovery media for the next computer. However, we cannot go any further with the recovery just yet, because what we first have to do is finish installing all the other drivers, like more specifically what was it that couldn't install? Dell Digital Delivery, Dell Command, I think it was. Okay, so that's supposed to say it's finished. Now, when I tried running this on my actual computer, it didn't even execute at all. And look at that. Now it'll execute. That's awesome. However, we're not going any further with that process just yet, because what we first have to do is get Framework 4.5 installed. We'll have to do it via an alternate browser, and I'll download the Edge browser as well and just get it over with. I'm not sure if that installation direct key tool that we're going to use to make the media for the next computer is going to come with all the drivers. So we need Framework 4.5, Network Framework 4.5.2. We're going to download Edge. This is version 109. So Chrome 109 was the last Chrome version that was released for the browser. Well, not for this browser in general, but this was the last version of Chrome to support Windows 7 before Google dropped support for the OS. And over the past couple of weeks over at my part-time job, while I was getting stuff like that ready, when I was getting Chromebooks updated and everything, I noticed a lot of them were running versions like Chrome 109, They were running like 109. I think I saw a few that were running like version 94, which was like a really old version. So I spent my time updating them all to the latest. Well, now it's not really the latest, but 1.14 is currently the latest version of the Chrome browser and Chrome OS. I don't know about a Chromebook, considering that now I use Microsoft Edge as the default browser, but, you know, if I ever get into a situation where I have to use a Chromebook for school, and yeah, then Chrome would be the only option, I would just use that on there, and I would just use Edge on Windows. It says these update files are for Windows 8. But this is Windows 7, not Windows 8. This is the offline installer, so of course everything is going to be 0. And just for fun, let's play the audio sample. Let's play the audio sample while all these apps are downloading. It's like a mixture of jazz and such. It's a mixture of jazz and classical. You know, ever since I first discovered that program, I would always go after the audio sample. I wonder if I could find the MP3 of the audio sample anywhere. Let's see if I could find it. Where will we go? Program files. Okay, waves. This is all of its files. I guess not. Let's see if it's in Dell. Command Power Manager. No, it's not there. It's not even going to be in the x86 either. The backup and recovery tool, that's what we were going to try and install. But we never got a chance to do so. Alright. So, we have Edge. We no longer need Chrome. Now that Edge is doing all the work. Google Chrome. That's the one we want to remove. Let's just play the audio sample again. I'll just set it right there and let it play in the background. I want to see if I could try a BSOD. Delete browsing data. Change the default browser back. And yes, remove. The uninstall survey actually loads. No, Edge is going to be the default. You just uninstalled Chrome. We're sorry to see you go. Please help us improve by filling out this short survey. What is your primary reason for uninstalling? Neither of those. Here's the reason why. We're switching to Microsoft Edge. No, I don't want data from... Not going to sign in. Yes, go ahead. Make it more useful. Microsoft Edge is no longer supported on this version of Windows. Upgrade to Windows 10 or later to get regular feature and security updates. Yeah, so I see even Microsoft pulled the plug on support on Edge on this specific version. Oh well, at least it's decent enough. I'll see if I can upgrade to LTSB. the same message is coming up twice. What version is this? So this is also 109. So this version of Edge is also 109. So that's the last version of Edge that is also supported. What were we going to try and install previously? Oh yeah, the backup and recovery, I think that was. What else? Digital delivery? Yeah, I think it said backup and recovery was unsuccessful. Were we also going to install... Oh yeah, Dell Digital Delivery. Okay, so I think it was that other installation that's in progress. That's probably the framework. We still got to wait on the framework, and then we'll move right along. Let's actually see if I can sync the clock with the Windows Server. I'll see if that's even possible on Windows 7. That'd be nice. Clock, language, and region. It is syncing with the Windows Server. Update now. Successfully synced. Okay. We're good with that. Add the clock gadget to the desktop. Oh yeah, this was the best part of... This is probably the best part of Windows 7. You could just put gadgets anywhere you want on the... You can put gadgets anywhere you want on the bar, but on the desktop. But unfortunately, a lot of these services no longer work. Yeah, the new service doesn't work anymore. It actually does work still, because it just said news and features. Dell Digital Delivery was successful. Alright, framework is installed. Did we install backup and recovery already? I think we did. So what were we going to try and install? Oh yeah, this thing. This is what we were going to try and install. So I'm not going to be installing any Windows updates for this specific episode, but I will be doing that with the recovery of the Inspiron, which we will be doing in the next episode. Okay, so we've got this machine substantially updated. This page cannot be displayed. That is wonderful. But anyway, so we've got this thing substantially set up. We have all the drivers, well, nearly all the drivers and original software installed, so that's great news. However, there are still a few more steps that we have to do. The other thing we still have to do is update Windows, meaning go to Windows Update and install the latest, all the updates for Windows 7 from Microsoft prior to the end of support. I am not sure if this is going to come with the... I'm not sure if this is going to come with the paid service patches. I don't think it's going to come with those. So until then, thanks for watching. See you next time. time for another nostalgia episode once again, and we are once again returning to the Latitude E6540 laptop that we installed the drivers on last time. And after the last episode, I went through the USB and I removed all the drivers that were already installed. So then all that's left are the pieces of software that have not been installed. And what we also did not get to last time was updating Windows. So we're going to go into Windows Update. And Dell Backup is finalizing the installation. And yep, there are the updates that we did not install last time. So we're going to go ahead and we're going to install them. These optional ones are from 2019. So it was a year prior to Windows 7's end of support. So it's about 90 updates in all. So we're going to go ahead and begin the installation of them. So those updates are going. We'll go ahead and close that out and just let it do its job. We'll skip the scanning because I'm going to do something different with it. The backup and recovery application actually did successfully install. As you can see right now, it is finishing up its process. So I'm going to delete it. What did we not install last time? The Dell Command Update, I think it was. Command Power Manager. So we did not do the Command Update. Let's see. I was wondering about Dell Digital Delivery. Software order with your system is available for download and installation. Dell will need the service tag. I might as well go ahead. Even though this is an outdated piece of hardware, just still do it anyway. I think we got to this point last time, and then it asked about Framework 4 before we progressed any further. Yeah, this is what I was talking about. Framework 4.6. Alright, so we're going to need to install that. Did we not do that host controller last time? So now that we know that digital delivery was able to successfully install, we can delete that. We got to get Framework 4.6 installed first. So it said 4.6.1 is what we need. So we're gonna go download that. So that means we got to bring up our good friend Microsoft Edge, and we need Framework 4.6.1. I don't know if it's going to replace 4.5. Or we have to have multiple frameworks installed. Here we go. Here we are. .NET Framework 4.6.1. But what we're also going to be focusing on in this episode is the restoration of the Dell Inspiron 5520, which does not have an operating system installed since the hard drive was wiped. But what we are going to be doing with that, however, is we're going to be installing the factory installation. And it's interesting that Microsoft is still saying about how Internet Explorer was retired last year, and that they're not calling it end of support, they're calling it retired. So pretty much depending on what version of Windows you have, it'll determine whether you're still able to use Internet Explorer or not. So like, let's say you have Windows 8, and the only browser that came with it is Internet Explorer. So I'm assuming at some point before the retirement, I think, yeah, Microsoft actually did push out the Edge update to Windows 7 and 8.1 users, which I'm assuming they did for free. But that's as far as I know. But I mean, Windows 10 also got the Edge update. That was in the feature update that came. I'm not sure if it was around that same time. This is the driver we're going to install. No, we are not going to be restarting. Okay. If Dell Backup and Recovery is going to ask for a reboot, we will do that too. Oh yeah, that was the tool. That was the framework tool that I said I wanted to install that. So that's what that user account control was. It was .NET Framework 4.6.1, which we need for Dell Command Update. So we'll go ahead and install the framework from 2015. All right, so it wants to close the Dell Backup and Recovery thing. Now, this cannot happen at this moment because Dell Backup and Recovery is doing some work. So what we're going to need to do first is we're going to wait for that to finish, and then we will move further with that. Permission denied. App data battery check.vbs. We can skip Dell Command Update for right now, and we'll come back to it with the recovery once it's done. Okay, welcome to the Install Shield wizard. Of course, we accept the terms and conditions. So this is the type of management, but okay. Let's just leave it as it is. Okay, so yeah, this is more of a business environment, but actually I'm going to leave Dell Data Security out of the system, so now I have to check the drive and make sure that it is correct. Yes, we are ready to start. That's the warning that everything that's on it will be lost forever. Yes. All right. Now this is an older tool, unlike the newer ones, so I don't know what it's going to do. So what's it going to do? Is the recovery information already stored within the recovery program, or does it have to download everything through the Dell servers, which requires an internet connection, just like that newer tool that I used to create the recovery media for this computer specifically? Because when I did it on the host, when I created the recovery media for this computer back up in my office, as I had mentioned when I was doing the recovery, it only gave me the option to do Windows 7, which I believe was the OS that came with this machine when it was brand new. And I'm not sure what that Dell Backup and Recovery tool is doing, but we're going to see what it will come with. So I don't know what it's going to do. Is it... Because I think when I downloaded the recovery tool, it has already saved the recovery files onto that drive. But now the question remains: is it going to come with all the drivers and software that was originally included by the manufacturer? That's what we're going to find out. So we're going to find out if it comes with the drivers. So once it's done here, we're going to see if it comes with the drivers. And if so, I think that... oh, looks like it must have waited for those things, it says. Here we go. Another installation process is running. Wait a moment and then click retry. Or if you are running any other installation process along with this one, close it now. Let's try it. Okay, so we're going to wait for the other installation to finish. Not sure if it's the Dell Backup and Recovery or the Recovery and Restore. I think it was the Backup and Recovery installation that is still ongoing. So let's wait for that to finish, and then once it's done, because it says creating the base image, so what I suppose it's doing is creating a recovery partition on the hard drive. So let's go into the disk management. You know, I'm still admiring how beautiful Windows 7 really is, even though it's no longer supported. But I mean, I was just thinking, if I had a computer back in 09, this would have been my main operating system, and I would have used it for literally my entire life, probably all the way up to its end of support, where I would then, if it was like around 2019, that was probably when I bought a new desktop computer. That desktop computer would have most likely replaced it. Or that desktop computer that I said if I bought it in 09, probably would have had Windows 10 if it was compatible. It probably wouldn't, but it doesn't make a difference. So right now we just have the standard 512 gig hard drive, and then we have the system reserved partition. This is that USB drive that is being formatted for the recovery. So it looks like all the recovery files were downloaded with this program all at the same time. Because now this is a Dell machine, and how Dell is licensed the Max Audio codec, and I can do the line-in capability and stuff like that. What I intend to do with this machine is, once I get Windows 7 fully updated, upgrade it to the latest version of Windows 10, which will be its last version ever. And then I will stick around with Windows 10 on this computer for a couple more years. And then I will use Windows 10 as the primary OS on this machine for its last 2 years of support. There was actually a video I actually did find a video regarding how the end of support for Windows 10 is going to be a huge problem for consumers and businesses alike. And according to that video I found, over half of all businesses, half of all of them combined that use Windows, do not meet the minimum system requirements for Windows 11, which is absolutely incredible. Okay, so now we can use the media. Let's head over now to the Inspiron, where we will begin the restoration. So we're going to put in the USB. Is this HDMI? It is USB. Okay. All right. So let's put it in the USB. We'll turn it on. And on Dell machines, F12 is the boot key. We want USB storage device. I thought it was going to come with Windows 7, but interestingly enough, this is Windows 10. I guess this must be a later version of the recovery media. That is so weird. That is so weird. I'm finding a lot of strange things about these computers. I find it so weird that this has the Windows 8 logo and this thing came with Windows 7. And this says Windows 7, and then this recovery media says it came with Windows 10. That is so strange. But we're going to have to find out for sure once this is done. But we're going to find out for sure once this process is finished. So I guess I might end up upgrading this then to Tiny 11. But what I mean by Tiny 11, it's like a slimmed down installation of Windows 11 from Microsoft. Basically what it is, it just strips down all the bloat apps from the Microsoft Store, like Facebook Messenger, WhatsApp, TikTok, Instagram, all that stuff. And it also strips it of the TPM 2.0 requirement. Yeah, the TPM 2.0 and the Secure Boot requirement, it strips of those. Okay, well, we'll see if this actually comes with Windows 7, because it looked like Windows 10 at the start. But we'll find out. We'll find out when it's done. All right, English. This is the license agreement for the tool. There's the mouse. Of course, we accept. You must scroll down to the bottom. Yeah, this is the entire agreement. And now we can continue. So it's going to try a smart repair first. See if it can repair an existing copy of Windows. So since there is nothing on this hard drive, it's going to skip that part. And then, since there are no files, I'm assuming we're just going to go right to the system recovery. So we're going to continue. So it's analyzing the hard drive of this particular machine. No errors were found. So let's proceed. And this is the smart repair that it's going to attempt to do first. Yeah, the partition table, it can't do this part. That's because there is no operating system on the hard drive. So that's what we're going to do. We're going to reinstall Windows. So we're going to hit continue. There is no data on this drive, so we're just going to skip this part. So, well, personal settings and data backup, well, I said because there is no data on this computer. So, please remove, so it says, please remove any connected USB key or hard drive and then click restart. If the problem persists, plug in the USB key, reinstall, and we will install a fresh copy. Yeah. All right, so we're going to plug in the USB again. We had some success earlier. Now it doesn't want to work. Come on. Well, now I have to re-download the recovery tool and do it all over again. But I'm actually a little curious because it didn't load without the AC adapter. Let's actually see if the battery still holds a charge. Oh my god, it actually does. It's actually still holding a charge. I am impressed. Great. Now I gotta wipe the drive and start all over. Meanwhile, while it does its work, I'll go ahead and get Audacity installed. It installed 3.3. Well, I'm not surprised because this is an open source app. So I am surprised that I can actually run this thing on Windows 7. Especially on a PC from like 2015 or something. Whenever this thing was manufactured. And there's all the sample music. I was wondering about that. And what I usually like to do with the interface is enable the scrub ruler and change it to dark. And we can have some fun with one of the sample songs on Windows 7. And we could play the whole thing backwards if we wanted to. Yeah, it's not... Oh. And another one of my favorite things I like to do with music is lower the pitch of them. See what they sound like at a lower tone. My favorite now is 0.8. It's negative 0.8. Let's just leave it as it is. There we are. And then let's play the whole thing backwards and sped up. So what I'm going to do right now is I'm going to install a plain copy of Windows 7 Home Premium, which is what this computer came with. I'll have to see exactly what this computer came with. And while this is going, I'm going to find all of its drivers, and then afterward we'll do the upgrade. Wow. Before the animation even finished, this I think is the fastest I have ever seen Windows 7. It is amazing. And there we are. We have a fresh copy of Windows 7 installed. So now I no longer need the CD, because now everything that we need is on the hard drive. And yes, that recovery media that I used is the same one that I created during that live stream that I ran during my first few months on YouTube. And of course, we know who was responsible for history being erased. But anyway, I don't want to misspell my name. And we're going to call it Inspiron. We're just going to name it Inspiron 5520 because that's what this computer is. We're going to leave the password blank. It should automatically detect the product key. If not, then I'll see what else I can do. Recommended settings. Central time. That is not correct. Currently, it is 1:47:31. No, 35. I'll do 35. And again, as I said, it does not have all the drivers, so we're going to get all those installed. Yeah, it did not take us that long at all, and we're at the desktop. That is insane. Let's just see. Let's just see what kind of battery this has. 43%. Let's see if it holds a charge. This still holds a charge as well. That's amazing. Let's see. So we need to get this on the internet if we want to activate it. I'm assuming that is true if we go into the properties here. Yeah, you can see this is just a plain copy of Windows 7. Or maybe I could download a tool like 7-Zip. So I'm going to install 7-Zip as well. This should be 64-bit. And we're all set to go with that. That's the latest version. And because that tool is free and open source, this is 46% done, and it's taking over an hour. It looks like it was successful. All right, we can close it because it is done. This says welcome, next, install. Now I'm gonna go grab another. Okay, so all it took was downloading the tool again, and this time using 7-zip to extract the files, and now we're getting farther this time. So we could have this thing fully restored in no time unless I do the right thing. Now, just for fun, now that we're getting farther this time, I don't think it is necessary to have this copy of Windows 7 on here. So let's do one of my favorite commands, deleting the C drive. Deleting absolutely everything off the C drive. This is just a plain installation. There's no recovery media. Even though this installation will end up corrupted once we reboot anyway, it doesn't matter what we're going to do now because we're going to be trying this whole restoration process again. I just wanted to see how close I could get with installing the OS that it originally came with when it was released, which was Windows 7. And it looks like that's already it. That was fun. And we can now see nothing works. Explorer shell no longer works. Internet Explorer 8 no longer works. Start menu is completely blank. Solitaire has no icon and does not work. Everything in the start menu is empty. Can I even launch Explorer? I still can, but I'm getting... How are the sounds still working? That's weird. There's all the boot files. Interesting. Let's just restart. Activating the license, and that's it. The drive is not showing up. Weird. What I think could be the case is that for the time, I don't think USB 3.1 was more common. All right, so attempt 2 at the system recovery. Let's let the tool load. English, we must accept. And with Windows Update on here, 45 were successful and some of them need a reboot. 9 of them failed. The remaining 36 were canceled. That is because we're running out of time. The Dell recovery, click on continue to... Did not find any issues that we can repair, okay? So this time we're going to press continue. We're just going to skip the external hard drive. No USB or hard drive. Continue anyway. If you don't attach a drive now, you will lose all your data. Yes, let's continue. And it looks like it said it skipped. One of the tests performed was canceled. So it looks like a separate USB drive must be attached in order to proceed. Ugh. Okay, well, that answers that question. Okay, so it looks like we must go through that data restoration process if we want to install the fresh copy of Windows. So that is what we are going to do next time. But at least now we figured out what was going on with that specific tool. Yes, this is the part everybody hates about Windows 7. Every time you shut down your system, it says installing updates. So that's where we're going to end this episode. So next time we are going to do attempt 2 with this recovery of the Inspiron. This time with everything that it needs. And we will finish the process of installing programs and updates and then preparing it for the upgrade to Windows 10. And then in a couple years, then I'll upgrade it to the tiny 11. I will upgrade it to Windows 11. And then this computer should be running a more secure update for years to come. So until then, thanks for joining us and we will see you in the next episode. Alright, it's time for another nostalgia episode, and we are going to finish up the reset and restore process with the Latitude E6540. Where we were at last time, we were halfway through updating Windows on this particular device, and we ended up creating recovery media for the Inspiron laptop next door. However, we had a failed attempt. We got to the portion of the recovery where it asked to save user files. However, I told it no, do not save anything, and I just told it to skip plugging in a device, and it just failed altogether. So we are not only going to finish the restoration of the Latitude, but we are also going to do attempt 2 at the recovery of the Inspiron. So what I do have here is the flash drive with the recovery media and a flash drive in which I'll be backing up audio files or something. And then I have a second flash drive in which I'll be saving files onto as it requests. Both of these are green 16 gig Lexar drives, which should work with this machine. Because that USB 3.1 drive that we did for the first time, it just stopped recognizing it after the first boot, which was such a shame. All right, so now we are going to head into the recovery USB, boot off of that. And there's the Windows logo, or what's now considered the old Windows logo, because now there's a new one for Windows 11. I think Dell said this machine was compatible with Windows 10. And I believe the Vostro over here, which we'll be restoring next, I think it said that it wasn't compatible. I'll have to take a look. I guess it is compatible with Windows 10, but I guess I was wrong. Of course, we will do it in English. And of course, as we did last time, we have to scroll all the way down to the bottom of the agreement and accept it. No errors. Let's move on. Meanwhile, let's go back to the Latitude here. And I'm going to show you that we still have some updates to do. And you can see it's always detecting too. Interesting. Including a preview of a framework from July of 2017. Sure, let's do those. Even though they're a little old. Okay, no issues we can repair. We don't care too much about that. All we care about is moving forward with the recovery process. Here's the part that everything screeched to a halt last time. We're going to continue. It wants an external USB hard drive. Can we insert like a USB, or do we have to use an external hard drive? Okay. Okay, there we go. Okay, it's creating the backup. Cannot create data in personal settings. Can we get past this part or not? Looks like not. We will install a fresh copy of your operating system. Well, that's what we're trying to do here. We're trying to install a fresh copy of the operating system, and so far, we have not been getting anywhere. If we still seem not to be getting anywhere, what I'll be doing is I'll be installing the standard copy of Windows 10. Not sure what version it is, but I decided to put it inside of a jewel case. That's what many people call it from the 90s. Many pieces of software back in the day came shipped in this jewel case. Oh yeah, and I wrote this, the latest and greatest from Microsoft. Yeah, I decided to write it down because at the time I created this media, Windows 11 was not even announced yet. So I'll keep that on hand in case I need it. But for now, that's where we're pretty much at. We're pretty much at a standstill with this. Now let's see how it does against a much larger size drive, because I think 16 gigabytes is too minimal for a 16 gigabyte. So I mean, this flash drive is 16 gigabytes, but I mean, think about it. If there's like files that, like, let's say are over 16 gigabytes, it definitely cannot fit everything on this one drive. So there needs to be a sufficient amount of space, and it looks like that's all it took. Just needed a much larger drive. And we are getting somewhere. So it backed up everything from the installation. No additional partitions to back up on system. Okay. I'm gonna have to see what's going on here. Now here's the problem. It says a media driver your computer needs is missing. So that's a problem. Yeah, I think we messed it up. Oh, is this what was going on? It said no partitions were found. Could that be the error we had? Great. I'm going to have to grab that copy of Windows 7 again. I'm going to reinstall Windows 7 Home. We should be able to get farther this time. Yes. We're going to delete the original installation. The original copy. All right. And now let's get it installed. So pretty much I'm just supplying a generic copy of Windows 7 that I made. Because just like with Windows 10, I have it in both 32 and 64-bit architectures. I created CDs for both. I've never seen this error before. Windows saved the current session to the disk because the battery reached its critical level. Before resuming Windows, the battery must be recharged or the system should be plugged in. If you have not done so, please shut down and charge the battery or plug it in. So, I have never seen that error before with Windows 7. That is completely new. So, it did hibernate. So it says, we'll perform the image using the existing hidden computer image on your machine. So that could be what is going on here. There's no recovery partition on the hard drive. So that could be the problem. For now, I'm just going to download all the drivers for this computer. Now Windows 7 is refusing to recognize the drive. Now it's refusing to recognize USBs at all, period. Even on a fresh installation. So this is an even bigger problem. Alright, so we can't seem to get anywhere with that procedure. So, what I'm actually going to do instead is I'm going to a DVD, and I'm going to use that. So we're going to continue without scanning. I'm going to go back in here. I'm going to extract the files. So I'm going to extract the files from the folder. So let's extract all of the files. Okay. And we have the Win32 folder. Portable. And this is all of the stuff. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to copy all of this over to a blank CD. I'm going to copy it over to a blank DVD, and we will use that to run the software. And if we have to do the same thing with all of the drivers, we will do that. What did I just pull out? An SD card? Is there even a DVD drive on this thing? Oh, there is, right here. Sounds just like my laptop. My old one. All right. Okay, let's see what happens. So I'm going to send to DVD. This is DVD-R. I was probably waiting to be recognized. So let's wait for Windows to recognize it. Let's wait for the disk to show up in Explorer before we tell it anything. And let's see, there is a DVD, but it's not recognizing anything. Oh boy, we are stuck again, aren't we? Because no matter what USB flash drive I plug in, Windows 7 is refusing to detect it on this particular machine. Alright, so it does read DVDs. That's good news. But Windows 7 on here does not want to detect. It does not want to detect a DVD, no matter how hard I try. Not even a rewritable verbatim disk. It doesn't even want to detect it. I have determined the problem for what is going on with the Inspiron. So, we have been having difficulty with the recovery because the recovery hard drive is pretty much missing. The hard drive that originally came with the computer. That has all of the recovery information on it. So when I tried to use that tool, it did not detect any of that recovery information, which I believe is essential for the recovery. So if it cannot find the recovery partition on the hard drive, then that unfortunately means that we cannot install the factory installation, which is very disappointing. So what I'm going to do instead is, right now I've just installed that generic copy of Windows 7. It's unactivated, but here is what I intend to do with it. What I'm going to do is I'm going to create a custom installation of Windows 7 specifically for this machine. What I'm going to do is I'm going to include all of the drivers. So basically I'm going to include all of the drivers and programs and everything like that just to get it all done, and I'll have it fully automated. So all I can just do is tell it to wipe the partitions, install the OS, then install all the programs. Put on Audacity, put on the VLC player, install all the drivers and everything. Just get it all installed from that one disk and be done with it. So At least we're going to get as close as we can get to the factory installation, but not quite. So, for the Inspiron, we are pretty much at a standstill. So, we are going to see what we can do with the Vostro. So, let me show you the Vostro in its current state before we even go any further with the recovery process. So as I had mentioned already, it does have a copy of Windows 7 Professional, which I'm sure it's the organization copy because I did not see a Dell background or anything like that. I just saw the generic one. And yes, this does have its original hard drive in the system. So I think we may be in good shape for this recovery. Procedure. Yeah, one of the Alt keys does not work, but it's okay. It'll work. It'll do. But here again, this is attached. This again is attached to a domain, so there's no real logical way I could do the whole recovery initially. But let's see if I can do it within the recovery menu. And there's the Windows Vista boot animation. Okay, so it looks like there is a local user on here. It's named Dwayne. Okay, so we cannot do the recovery, but let's see if this even still holds a charge. Nope, the battery must have depleted in this one. Nope, so it looks like on this particular computer, the battery must have depleted. Alright, so as soon as these drivers finish copying over, that is where we are going to stop for this episode. So we did try our best with this again, but we have not been able to get anywhere with the recovery media from Dell. So, what we're going to do instead is I've already installed a plain copy of Windows 7 for the time being, because what I plan to do is use these drivers that I just downloaded off of Dell's website for this machine, and I'm going to be using another computer to create a massive Windows 7 installation DVD that will come with all of the drivers pre-installed. It's not the one from the factory, but I'm going to make it close enough to the original factory installation. Yeah, I'm going to get it as close as I can to the original factory installation from Dell. And then once that is done, then we will move over to the Vostro, and we will do its recovery and restoration. And hopefully by next time, we should be done with the Inspiron. And then we can get to work restoring the factory installation on the remaining computers, including the Lenovo, not this Dell, but this HP, and then we can get to work on other experiments and everything else. So we're getting close to a full factory installation on all these machines. The Compact already has its factory installation, so we're not going to need to change anything with that. So pretty much that's where we stand right now, but we are slowly working our way there. So we're getting close to having all these computers with the factory installations, but it's still going to take a lot of time and effort just to get there. This Acer, however, is going to be a little more difficult because the hard drive has failed. So I might consider running it off an SD card. I don't know, but I'll see what I can do about the Acer, and then by then we should have nearly everything on their factory installations, which will be great news. So until next time, thanks for watching, and we will see you in the next episode. once again for another nostalgia episode. So we got the Latitude and the Inspiron both starting up. Plus, we also have the Lenovo ThinkPad with us as well. So what we're going to be doing in this episode is we are going to be doing a couple things. First, we're going to begin the upgrade. Oh, it doesn't work on Windows 7? Or did it just break itself? And didn't even do the activation thing. Let me see what it reads. It reset. Okay. Now, unfortunately, this machine is not compatible. Well, none of these computers are compatible with Windows 11. However, in the Tiny 11 thing that I mentioned earlier, there is some specific way to... Okay. We're not sure what happened, but we were unable to run this tool on your PC. If you continue experiencing problems, refer to this error code when contacting customer support. Alright, so it says 0x. So this must be related to the service protocol. Okay, so even with the media creation tool, it looks like the Inspiron cannot go to Windows 10. But you know what? It'll stay on Windows 7 for right now. And look at that. There's the Windows 7 end of support message from years ago. Strongly recommends using Windows 10 on a new PC. Yep, even on the professional editions. But, I mean, in the long run, I do plan on using this on Windows 10, but I'm going to leave it on 7 for right now. So now the point of this episode is we're going to be restoring the Lenovo ThinkPad Edge back to its factory installation. Now I'll show you what it looks like right now. So you can see there's the legacy startup, and then it says no boot device. It just locates a boot. Let's see if it holds a charge. No, it does not. It looked like it did for a second, but it didn't last long. We're just going to install this plain copy of Windows 8.1, and then during this process, though, I'm going to obtain the drivers from Lenovo's website. And look at that, blue screen of death. Oh my goodness. Let's see. So it looks like we're pretty much at a standstill with trying to find the number for the machine. So here's what we're gonna do. We're gonna install this standard copy of Windows 8.1, and then we're gonna download the drivers from Lenovo's website, and we'll use that to hopefully find the serial number for it. So let's try installing a standard copy of Windows 8.1. We'll boot off the CD. So let's just install the standard copy of Windows 8 first, and then we'll obtain the drivers from Lenovo's website while it installs. Okay, so I believe that is it for the installation of Windows 8. So apparently enter on Lenovo computers bring you to the menu. Now since it came out in 2012, I'll have to re-enable the UEFI. I don't know if there is a UEFI BIOS or what OS this thing came with, but we're going to find out. But the thing I do like about it is how the red dot lights up on the ThinkPad. That's pretty cool. So after I installed all those servicing stack updates, now Windows 7 Home is detecting updates. That's good. So now we're getting those installed. It's pretty much going to have to stay on Windows 7 for the time being because it does not want to go to Windows 10. Speaking of Windows 10, Dell Backup and Recovery is telling me that they're covering this computer if I choose to upgrade. So that is definitely what I am going to be doing. We are going to be upgrading that to Windows 10 when we are done. Now, we're not seeing any of the Lenovo stuff yet. That's because this is a standard copy 10 when we upgrade to it. However, we're not going to be upgrading to it this episode, which actually does mean the Windows 10 upgrade actually does explain the end of support message that we saw earlier, which Microsoft did to warn. Yeah, go ahead and use the Express settings. We're just going to use the account that we usually use. We don't use a password, so we'll just hit finish. And now we just wait for it to do its final steps, and then Windows will be all yours. If it does not support it, you need to go and buy a new computer. But in the meantime, I do have all the drivers being downloaded right now for the Lenovo machine. Those screens when you were upgrading to the updated 8.1. So I'm not sure if this thing came with Windows 8 or Windows 8.1, but I am installing the updated 8.1. It's as close as we could get to the way it was when it came from the factory, but it'll be decent enough. Oh, does anyone remember this? The colors, all the rainbow of colors. So it looks like the Inspiron and the Vostro both are not able to go past Windows 7. So right now I'm going to leave both of them as they are. However, the Inspiron and the Latitude and the ThinkPad, I think the future may be very bright for these two, because, I mean, the reason I got these computers is so, I mean, there are so many other things I could do with them that I don't have the necessary equipment to do. Like, I mean, there's so many other possibilities you could do with old computers. Why throw them away? Like, why throw away old computers when you could give them to somebody else and they have much better uses for it? So that's the reason. But anyway, there we are. The full, complete installation of Windows 8. Not just Windows 8, but Windows 8.1. Now, again, as I said, we do not have all the drivers. So, unfortunately, we're not going to be able... It's too bad Windows 10 does not do that. It just does a fade. It just does a fade in and out of a shade of blue, and that's pretty much it. So it looks like the Inspiron and the Vostro both are not able to go past Windows 7. So right now I'm going to leave both of them as they are. However, the Inspiron and the Latitude and the ThinkPad, I think the future may be very bright for these two, because, I mean, the reason I got these computers is so, I mean, there are so many other things I could do with them that I don't have the necessary equipment to do. Like, I mean, there's so many other possibilities you could do with old computers. Why throw them away? Like, why throw away old computers when you could give them to somebody else and they have much better uses for it? So that's the reason. But anyway, there we are. The full, complete installation of Windows 8, not just Windows 8, but Windows 8.1. Now, again, as I said, we do not have all the drivers, so unfortunately we're not going to be able to go up and down on the brightness right now. But that is all going to change once all the drivers are finished downloading. But right now, there's only like 4 left. Yeah, I think there's only like 4 drivers left. Once they're all done, I'll copy it over. But before I do that, though, I actually want to make sure it detects. Oh, USB's right here. Okay, good. It does detect USBs, so good thing. It does detect USB devices, so we should be good with this process. So right now we're on the right track. But then this thing here is what they call a track point. Now I know the time is not correct, but I think the CMOS battery died inside of it. Windows 10, and then once Windows 10's support ends, both will be going to Windows 11 via the Tiny 11 CD. The HP laptop I have is already on Windows 11. Now that HP laptop up in my office already has Windows 11, so there's really no reason. But you know, I would love to upgrade the HP machine down here to put an SSD in it and then install Windows 11 on that. I don't know how good it would do performance wise, but I'm sure it's not going to be pleasant. Very, very pleasant. Alright, so we have all the drivers. Now let's head over to the star of the show. I'm gonna plug it in. And the original release of Windows 10 is surprisingly still receiving updates, which is honestly pretty shocking. So now let's see what's happening here. It says 0% plugged in charging, so it looks like the battery, must have depleted on this one. So the batteries on these two must have depleted, so this one must stay plugged in the whole time. But I'm not sure what's going to be happening with it. Well, the Latitude is actually doing pretty good with its battery. So let's go back on the drivers here. I see the last one is just about done. Alright, I'm not going to use this USB. I'm actually going to use the Lexar USB. Do this one next. And I'll run all the other subsequent driver installations after that. Lenovo Beijing. This is the... No, hold on, let me cancel. This said Lenovo... Hold on, is that right? Something must be up with this trackpad or something. Or is this the way it was done? Anyway, accept the agreement. And this is the audio driver for Windows 8.1. And now we'll run this, which is the integrated camera. It's the integrated webcam on this machine. So we accept the agreement, install it. We'll run this next. This is the Ultra Nav. Suppose a lot of these are the Lenovo drivers. User account control. Whatever this is. Yes. Oh no, it's that camera driver we just did. Here's the next one. This is the GigaLand driver for Windows 8. Considering this is Windows 8, this one is Windows 8.1. So they all should work. Card reader driver. Don't want to be running duplicates. Yep, that's the one we want to run. This is the Broadcom wireless driver. Okay, yes. And now the HCI driver. And then this one. This is AMD graphics, and we'll do this one next. This is USB filter. And then O2. Yes. And this is the wireless LAN driver. I'm doing all the drivers for this specific machine, not for the specific components, but this is the Lenovo keyboard test. Yes. Okay. And then MC update trigger. What did that just do? It doesn't matter. Let's just move on. This is hotkey features. And this one. And this is power management. And finally, an app on your PC. Well, it looks like the installer needs a .NET framework. Definitely it needs it. Install the integrated camera. This is fun. Install the UltraNav driver. Yes, okay. The UltraNav setup program. Yes, I accept the terms and conditions, and we'll let that go. Install the GigaLAN driver. And let's see. This is the card reader. This is the wireless. This is the Bluetooth. This is the graphics driver. Install USB filter. Install keyboard test. Install hotkey features. Install power management. Lenovo diagnostics. So let's install them all. BIOS serial. Oh, is that our serial number? Alright, install the driver. Install the integrated camera. This is fun. Install the UltraNav driver. Yes, okay. The UltraNav setup program. Yes, I accept the terms and conditions, and we'll let that go. Install the GigaLAN driver. And let's see. This is the card reader. This is the wireless. This is the Bluetooth. This is the graphics driver. Install USB filter. Install keyboard test. Install hotkey features. Install power management. Lenovo diagnostics. So let's install them all. BIOS serial. Oh, is that our serial number? Yeah, go ahead and install. Looks like that might be the serial number. Well, let's go back here and find out. So let's actually try and do the recovery again. So I need to go back to the page we were just at. Now I don't care if anything failed, because I have much bigger. We need enter serial number. Let's see if that number works. Let's see if it detects it. Aha, there we go. We managed to find the serial number with the diagnostics. That is awesome. Okay, so we are in good shape. Here we go. We're going to try that. Here we go. Let's see. 1 key recovery for Windows 8 64. All right, let's see. Actually, I'm going to tell it where to save it. Yeah, tell me where to save it. Alright, we'll save it to the USB. Actually, so cannot find recovery media for this machine. Your device has reached the end of service, does not have a preloaded operating system. Your device was built with a custom software image. This is a Lenovo Think client. This is a smart product. So, okay, so I guess this machine must have reached end of service. So that could be... So this machine probably must have reached end of service. So we're going to move forward with installing the drivers. So we're just going to move forward with installing all the drivers. This is done. This is done. If there are any restart prompts that come up, I'm just going to tell it no, do not restart. Agree and install. Hotkey features. Oh, we will not restart. Oh, Windows couldn't connect to the internet. Okay. So we have to connect to the internet. Install Shield, next. Accept, next, and install it. Don't care where it goes. So maybe all it took was install a brand new copy of Windows 8 and then install the 1 key recovery. All right, it is done. All right. And as you can see, we have the shortcut on the desktop. So let's start it. Okay, yes, we want to start the tool. System backup default path created. Okay, here we go. So we want to do a system. It says, do you want to reboot into the... You could choose to restore to a backup point or the initial state. So I think all this does, it says it cannot find the service partition. So this is a big problem, because what I want to do is create a 1 key recovery USB. Cannot, yeah, that's because Lenovo no longer supports it. So I could do recovery media for the machine. I don't know if this was one of the computer... Yeah, I think this was one of the machines. This is one of the computers that came with Windows 8 pre-installed, but then had the option to downgrade to Windows 7. So that explains everything. So yeah, unfortunately we cannot get this to the factory installation, but we got it as close as we could, but not quite enough. But what happened with the touchpad? Oh, there we go. Alright, so it looks like we're not getting farther, unfortunately. So, let's see if I can download any of the remaining Lenovo. So, unfortunately, it does not appear to be possible to do a full, complete system recovery. The good thing is we did get all the drivers installed. However, a lot of them need a restart in order to take effect. So let's go ahead and restart like the drivers ask. And this time we're going to restart anyway. News that we cannot... So yeah, that is unfortunate that we could not put the factory installation back onto the machine. I was really hoping we would get this far, but unfortunately that's not going to happen. And it is not 7-Eleven, it is 5-Eleven. And okay. Alright, let's try it now. There we go, now we have a much different error. We'll turn on enhanced protection for the Chrome browser. Here we go. So this is the device we were taking a look at earlier. So there's the serial number. Now if we try it on here, it will, here we go, automatic update. And considering that this is a, yeah, we do need a better browser. There is no system update. Okay, yes, let's install that. Alright, let's try the graphics driver again. Oh yeah, the clock is, oh that's right, the clock is behind. So let me fix that. So let's see what kind of hardware this had specifically. So it's not installed, so we need to install it. So let's install Lenovo Service Bridge. If this thing supports Windows 11, I'll actually upgrade to that. Well, you know what? Let's see if we can upgrade. Let's see if we can put this on Windows 11. I know this machine is from 2012. I don't know if this is even going to work, but let's just, for fun, try it anyway. So it looks like it is going to go. So this is Windows 8.1 Pro. Okay, well, it looks like it already did activate. That's interesting. So it looks like it already activated. It most likely activated using the product key on the embedded in the motherboard. So as soon as it detected that the OS installed was Windows 8, it automatically activated using the product key on the motherboard. So, well, okay then, that is one less thing I have to worry about. So we already have a fully activated copy of Windows. Okay, so yeah, unfortunately, it looks like we are unable to get anywhere with any of these machines. I mean, this machine is from 2012. I don't think it even meets the requirements. Let's just run it anyway and find out. Okay, the Windows 11 setup is running. Here is what we are going to do. Next time, we're going to be resetting the HP back to Windows 8. We're going to send the HP back to Windows 8. Also, I'm also going to see if I can use that Windows 10 CD. That it is definitely not a good sign that I can't get any of them to their factory installations, except for maybe a couple. But all in all, this is definitely not looking good for these machines. As good as it is. However, this only applies to the 2 Windows 7 computers. So, if this means we're going to be wiping all the data and everything off of it, and resetting it back to the way it was, then it's all right. I mean, I want to keep the Dell installation, because I mean, I'll have to select for this computer, I have to do the Pro Edition, because that's what it came with. So when I put 10 Pro on here, it should detect the license key for Windows 7 Professional, and it will use that to activate Windows 10. And then at some point in the future, again, as I said, I'll upgrade it to Windows 11. And as for this machine, it will be Windows 10 Home. Because I saw another Inspiron, because I saw the same model that had Windows 10 on it. And, I mean, I did destroy all the files off of it. However, that video has not been released. So, yeah. We are pretty much in a state of limbo with these particular machines. Except for this and this. And I don't know about this. And this too, but who knows. So yeah, that's pretty much where we're going to stop. So next time, we are going to upgrade the Lenovo to Windows 10. We're going to be resetting the HP back to Windows 8. And we're going to be upgrading the Latitude to Windows 10. And hopefully it all works. Because, I mean, I have so many plans for these machines, and I would love to see them, and I would love to get them all working, but I need to put them on a more supported release of Windows before doing so. So that's pretty much where we are. Shut down anyway. So that's pretty much where we are right now. So as I said, next time, we're going to upgrade the Latitude and the ThinkPad to Windows 10. The HP will be reset back. But so far, the future for this computer is looking bleak, but the others so far have a very bright future ahead of them. Except for this and this. And I don't know about this. And this too, but who knows. So yeah, that's pretty much where we're going to stop. So next time, we are going to upgrade the Lenovo to Windows 10. We're going to be resetting the HP back to Windows 8. And we're going to be upgrading the Latitude to Windows 10. And hopefully it all works. Because, I mean, I have so many plans for these machines, and I would love to see them, and I would love to get them all working, but I need to put them on a more supported release of Windows before doing so. So that's pretty much where we are. Shut down anyway. So that's pretty much where we are right now. So as I said, next time, we're going to upgrade the Latitude and the ThinkPad to Windows 10. The HP will be reset back to Windows 8. And I'm not sure what else we're going to do after that. So, oh yeah, and this thing needs a good cleaning too. So that's pretty much all we're going to get to at this point. So, yeah, I really like that ThinkPad light. So, at least it's a good thing that this is already activated. I can at least upgrade it to Windows 10.
summer break is just about over. My last day of my part-time job is tomorrow. College for me starts on Monday, and by the time this episode is released, college is well underway. And I have decided that after failed attempts to get a weather radio stream going on this HP, I have decided that I'm going to move the stream attempts over to the Latitude, which we will be restoring it to Windows 10 in the next episode. We're going to be resetting this computer once more, and we're going to be preparing it for my use in college. Because the college I'm going to has a lot of Microsoft related stuff. So this is the machine exactly as it was when we saw it last time. So as you can see, of course I put a whole bunch of apps on it. I put Discord on here. I even put an IceCast console along with OBS to see how well it does with streaming, and it did fairly well with streaming, and I'm sure the Latitude can do the same after we get Windows 10 installed on it. Now, my college uses a ton of Microsoft products. They use Microsoft Office. Everything they do is Microsoft. Now, the Microsoft account that was accidentally created to be used for the setup of this computer, this does not have a Microsoft Office subscription attached to it. Now, in order for me to use this for college, I'm going to need to remove everything off of here and reset it and set it up with a different email. Now, just to refresh your memory on how we were unable to get the stream, well, the weather radio portion of it working. This machine here is an HP 15EF1 laptop from the year 2020, and in fact, I don't have the PC Health Check app because I had upgraded this from Windows 10 to Windows 11, and I have deleted Windows 10 in the process. However, you will see the full complete details on this particular machine in the PC Health Check app in that episode, which was the third episode, which was released fairly recently, which regards the first reset of this machine, which includes wiping the St. Joseph's settings, setting it up for personal use, upgrading it to Windows 11, deleting Windows 10, then resetting it again, and setting it up for this use. And soon this is going to be entirely different. So these are the complete specs of the system. And of course, this is Windows 11 Home. And of course, this is activated with the digital license that's linked to the Microsoft account that I have. It takes a lot longer to do it than in the recovery console. So we're going to boot to the recovery console. Go ahead and reboot. We are going to reset this PC. We're going to remove absolutely everything. We're going to do a local reinstall, which means we're going to be using the recovery information within the OS to do the process. We're keeping this computer, so we're just going to remove the files. And this is the final warning that it will remove everything, and it will reinstall all the apps and programs that have came with this computer and remove everything that was applied afterward. This cannot be undone once it is finished, and we are now going to reset. And now off we go. So it's now removing everything off the system, and it's going to restore it back to a factory state in preparation for future use. Alright, we're all done with the resets, and now we are about to go into the Oddbox experience. Very nice indeed. So here we are once again. So we all know how this goes. United States, that's of course our country. We use the US keyboard layout. We're going to skip another one. So now we connect to the internet in order to obtain the latest updates from Microsoft for Windows 11. And that is the next part. And of course this here is the agreement from HP and Microsoft. I'm going to name this one SPCJJC because of course that's usually the first three letters of my channel name, and of course the abbreviation for the college that I'll be going to. So now in order to apply the name, the computer will need to restart, and then once it finishes rebooting, we will continue with the setup. So now we are at the part where it is going to ask us for a Microsoft account, which will be used to link Microsoft Office subscriptions and other things to the system. So I had my own personal Microsoft account attached last time. Now, since this is going to be a college machine, I'm going to be attaching it to the primary email that I have used. Well, the primary email that we use. We're going to go to View More Options, and we're going to set it up as a brand new device. So we're going to set it up as a brand new computer. So of course next it's going to ask us to input a PIN. And then this is about the privacy settings, which we will accept. And then this is the registration information from HP. And then this is how Microsoft customizes the experience for this particular computer. This is going to be primarily a school PC, so we'll set it up as such. And then this is about phone link, in which if you have an Android phone, you could scan this QR code and you can link your phone to the account. If you have an iPhone, however, you would have to click skip on this screen, and then after the setup, you could go into the phone link app and set it up. Now, this device does come with Microsoft 365, which is the exact reason why I am using that primary email to set it up, is because there is already an active Microsoft 365 subscription attached to the account. So when we set this thing up under that email with the attached subscription, the subscription information will be carried over. However, there are actually a few other things that we're going to need to set up at the end of this. And this includes stuff from customization to installing apps and other things that I intend to use and all that good stuff. So that's what we're going to end up doing once this is done. You know, this actually got me thinking that now that I converted this into a college machine, I actually saved a lot of money. So I'm very glad I got a decent computer that a school was getting rid of. Here we are at the desktop. This is of course the factory background. And then this is the HP Jump Starts app. That's the first app that would launch, saying like, welcome to your brand new HP machine. And then of course here's all the Windows 11 bloatware, you know. Spotify, I'm not gonna need that. This is a college computer. Why am I gonna play Xbox on a college computer? That doesn't make any sense. I don't need WhatsApp. What am I doing about Instagram? I'm not gonna need Facebook Messenger. I already have a job. I don't care about LinkedIn. And is that it? Oh, I think there's like one more thing. There's Clipchamp. Oh yeah. I think that, oh, I think it already got the latest update. Nice. And there's a Microsoft To Do. I actually might want to keep To Do because that could be really, really useful. But I'll just remove the Notepad app because I'm probably not going to use it. As I am probably not going to use Notepad as a primary source. And of course, everything has already been carried over from the Microsoft account. You can see there's everything I had, like Bill Wirtz and everything. Now that's what I don't want. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to detach this from the browser. We're going to add a new account. And since I'm signing in from an outside source, it's going to need to ask me for the verification code. Now, considering this is going to be a computer that I'm going to use for college, I'm actually going to go ahead and allow the organization to manage the device. In the meantime, I'll go ahead and start doing other customization stuff. While we register your device with your company and apply policy. The mobile device management server does not support this platform or version. Well, this actually is true because this is Windows 10 Home. And their system is running Windows 11 Education, which is more advanced. And now I usually like everything in dark. And I like the accent colors on everything, even the title bar, windows, everything like that. And this time, we are not going to allow the organization to manage, and we're going to say no, just sign into the app. However, I'm going to browse it as a guest because I am going to be setting up, installing some of the other external apps that I think I might like to use. If I ever have to watch any videos and such, I would pretty much do them on VLC Media Player because that is the media player that I actually do prefer. Even though Windows does have its own media player, I do prefer to use VLC because, you know, I get a lot of the advanced stuff that you would not get on the standard media player in Windows. Like, for example, I could change the pitch or change the hue. I could do all that to make the video experience better. Another program that I like is Audacity, which is an audio editor program. I actually do use this on a regular basis as well. So I actually do want to carry it over. So yes, let's install that. And I'm also going to be reinstalling Discord. Download for Windows. We'll set that up. All right. Next on VLC, we're going to install everything. Same is true for Audacity. And we will go ahead and execute the Discord setup. And now Discord is all set up once again. All right, so now the next thing is to set up everything else. Is this really the new look of Microsoft Edge? Wow. And what's this thing? This is Edge Workspaces. That is something. So what I usually like to do is install commonly used websites as web apps, which work natively with Windows. Now, this would primarily be the first thing that I would do, but I would not pin it to the taskbar, but I would pin it to the start menu. So we'll hit allow. And as we can see, there is the MyJGC shortcut on the desktop. Another thing I also primarily use, and this is something I am primarily going to use for this stuff, this is called the iCampus portal. So I'm going to install that too. It's called Canvas. So sure, we will install that. Create desktop shortcut. Do not pin to the taskbar. Sure, pin it anyway, and allow. Okay, so I have set up the web apps that I'm going to intend to use. I'm going to rearrange the desktop a little bit. So I have VLC, I got Audacity, and I have Discord. Well, I am going to primarily use Discord just to check the log and everything. And of course, if I have to use VLC for like videos and such, then I'll use it for that reason being as well. Now, of course, the last thing we do is to check for updates, because even after we reset the system, it's still important that we have to make sure that Windows is as up to date as possible. Now, since this is going to be a primary college machine, I am not going to use, but sure, let's have it check for the latest non-security updates. So, well, since this is a brand new installation, we are of course going to have to update Windows again. Now, the first thing that we have to remove is some of the apps that came with from HP, like Amazon. I'm not going to be doing any online shopping. Well, there's the Canvas app that I'm going to use, and I am not going to be getting Dropbox. Want to see what this Energy Star app is. I'm not going to need ExpressVPN because, I mean, really there's no reason to, so let's get rid of it. Yeah, I'll go ahead and remove that Energy Star shortcut. I don't know why that's in here. There's the HP stuff. How did Max Audio Pro make its way on here? Because I thought I had used this for a previous experiment. Interesting. But anyway, there's the portal. There is Netflix, which I don't need. And, nah, I like the one from Microsoft. So I'll just uninstall that. And then here's all the VLC stuff. The main player, the reset preferences, and the skinned. And then finally there's the Wild Tangent game console. The little dashboard where you set up and play your games and everything. It's not the same as it used to be anymore. But considering that this is an HP machine, I'm actually going to keep that on. And usually what I like to do with removable drives is open the folder and view all of its files. There's like a purple line. Is that from the background? Is that from the default background, or is that the way it was set up? So this is the partition for the EFI. This is the partition for the BIOS. And this is the main partition for the system. And this is the recovery console that we were in earlier to do the whole reset process. So this is a 256 gig hard drive. No, this is a 256 gig SSD. And that's the same hard drive inside of this machine here, inside of the Inspiron. Now, I actually wanted an SSD after I saw how slow my older Inspiron was. You may have seen it in the previous episodes. Why is this as a copy now? I can just rename the shortcut to remove it. There we go. So now everything I want on here is installed. However, the other two are on here. So now all I can just do is unpin any remaining apps that I find less useful. Like for instance, the Microsoft Store, because I don't intend on putting any other apps on there. I can unpin the jump starts as well. So there we go. Now we have a an almost nicely restored system. Now, since this is going to be a college machine, if I do ever end up using Global Tuners, Pluto TV, or anything of that particular nature, if I ever do end up setting up those web apps in the future, then I will end up doing that. So now we're going to need to download our antivirus software. Still using our previous products. Here we go. Kaspersky Total Security. This is the one that we want. Kaspersky Total Security for Windows. That is the one we need. Okay. Now, before we execute the setup, there are some things we're going to have to do. And this is important because Kaspersky is going to ask us to remove them. But I'm going to go ahead and remove them manually before we start the Kaspersky setup. First, we're going to need to remove McAfee because this is going to interfere with Kaspersky setup. And that is the uninstaller for the software. Yes, I want Live Safe gone. I want all files gone. I understand that I have an active subscription, but really what it is, it's just the free trial. So after you finish setting up your brand new HP computer or Dell computer, whatever manufacturer computer you have, and it comes with McAfee pre-installed, you can remove it and then put on your own personal antivirus. Alright then, let's first set up the lock screen since that's going to be the hardest. So usually lock screen, I usually like it at a picture. Ooh, the Windows 11 Bloomberry, I like that one. And there's a lot of other Bloomberry pictures too. So let's do this one. Okay. And we'll lock the machine. We'll see how it looks. Oh, it already looks perfect. And now we will apply this wallpaper. And since the positioning of it is not correct, we need to go back in here and go back into the background settings, and I'm going to tell it to stretch it. There we go. That's more like it. That's more like it. And then this is the survey asking us why you're going to remove it. I'm going to tell it I already have other antivirus software. Now it says to finish, you're going to need to reboot your machine one more time. In fact, that's what Windows is going to ask me to do anyway, because it needs to install that last update. Now the other thing we need to uninstall is the McAfee Web Advisor, because Kaspersky's gonna go nuts about it too. Here we go, Web Advisor by McAfee. This is the last thing to remove, and then Kaspersky should go just fine. Wait, if you uninstall, we'll miss you, and you'll miss all the good things we do. Well, oh look, and remember, we're always free. Yeah, I already have a better antivirus coming on here anyway, so we're sorry to see you go. Well, I'm not sorry, because we don't need McAfee. There we go. McAfee is gone, and now Kaspersky shall reign in its place. Welcome to Kaspersky. Continue. Yep, we agree to all those terms. I don't want Kaspersky Password Manager. Alright, and we will start the installation. Okay, and off we go. And there we go, there's the safe money. That's one of Kaspersky's many things. I am going to accept all the stuff, but I know how the application tour works, so I'm just going to skip that. And that is it. Thank you for choosing Kaspersky. So now this machine is once again protected. However, though, we still need to attach the license. Looks like we need to update the databases. I'm just gonna move that Safe Money icon off the desktop. Just gonna let Kaspersky run on startup. And I'm going to create a couple folders. Some other shortcuts as well. I'm just going to create a sample notes folder for right now. And on the desktop, I'm going to put a few commonly used applications. Like, for example, Microsoft Word. And now to attach my college email to Microsoft Outlook. Now, the other thing that I want to do is attach my other email to the subsequent mail app, which is very soon going to be retired, because that and Outlook are both going to be merged together into a single unified app. So at this point, setup is pretty much complete. However, the only thing that we still have to do is get the license key linked to Kaspersky Total Security on this computer, and then it will be fully protected against all types of malware. So that is pretty much the only thing that is left to do, and now this computer is ready for a successful first year of college. So until next time, thanks for watching, and we'll see you in the next episode.
right, we're well into the work week here. Happy Tuesday. And we're going to do number 10 as our platter this time. And we will start things off with number 14. Cinnamon bun, 23. Salty oysters, 25. The puffy fish, 2. Cigars, 5. Fried rice, and 15. The bunny cake. All right. The chef's first offer is coming right now, and it is some nice bubble tea, but no thank you. All right, 20. Eggs and toast, yikes, 13. Chicken feet, 4. Zucchini salad, 12. Vomit bun, and 6. The fresh dead chicken. All right. What's our next offer? It's this bun, a custardy bun, but no. All right, number 17. Juicy peaches, 24. Spicy meatballs, 8. Banana surprise, and 18. The fresh garlic. Right. The next offer is coming up right now, and it's Napoleon Dynamite. But no. All right, 3. Oh, that was the cake. 26 is the wing stew, and 11 is the tomato pizza. All right, that crusty apple dessert is now the top amount. It's semi-Fredo again, and I say no. All right, 16. Mushrooms, and it's bonus time. Yikes. Okay, 19. The daikon. All right, the offer. Salmon caponata, no. 21 is the red onions. Okay, the next offer, some peaches. Some golden peaches, actually. Number 9, crusty apple dessert. Yikes. Now we're down to the semi-Fredo again. But you know what? I will take it this time. I'll take the semi-Fredo, but what was on the tray? $200 eyeless fish. Made a good decision there. But hey, I'll enjoy the semi-Fredo tonight. Maybe we'll get it again for the middle of the week tomorrow. Well, you'll have to come back next time to find out. Farewell week day number 2. Come on, Tower. Will you let me play? Okay, number 12. We don't want to have another saga like we had last week. Okay, left side. Random 4. Right side. There goes 4, number 1. But hey, the good news is that the lose everything card is out of play. Number 5. Alright, on the right. Lose 7-5, there's nothing there. 21. Okay, left side. Total $1 million, otherwise $250. 11. Will 11 be a lucky number? To me, I hope. Right side. Add a 0. There's add half. So, $2 million. You know what? Because the loose 100 is already gone, let's keep going. Well, I spoke too soon. So $2.6 million is what we won today. At least we won something after that goose egg on yesterday's show. Well, hopefully tomorrow, day 3, will be better. Maybe we can actually win something. Maybe I'm looking forward to an even bigger win on Friday because I have something special for that show. And we'll talk about that on Thursday. But until tomorrow, we will see you next time. And for day 3, farewell. Okay, here we go again at the big numbers. We start with a 9. Let's take off the 8 and the 1 right off the board. Okay, next roll is a 4. We'll clear the 4 by itself. Next roll is a 3, and we'll take that off on its own. Okay, next one is a 7, and we'll do that by itself as well. Next roll is a 6. Let's do that on its own, because that's the only way it comes off the board now. There's the 7 again, leaving just the 9. Let's see it for 10,000. And there's the 11. Well, that's unfortunate, but we are going to try again, game number 2. So let's see if we can do it this time. First roll up is a 5. I will clear the 4 and the 1 off the board. Next roll is a 12. We'll do the 9 and the 3. Next up, a 7. We'll do that. Okay, next up, a 12, but it's a bad roll. We get to go again. There's 10. Let's do the 8 and 2, because that's the only way it comes off now. 11 for 10,000, 2 chances. There's the 9, and there's an 11. Now that is how we end the show. So we'll be back tomorrow to try again, and maybe we can do it again. But until then, we'll see you next time.
Three two zero 169. Oh, I'm not going to go any further than that. Okay. All right. Hello and good afternoon. I hope your Tuesday is going well. Certainly mine has. I'm going to play a little bit more catch up first. So one moment while I do that.
So, time $5,000 connecting the Q to C. Cat is correct.
Oh, God.
We're out of the C's.
Did not know those.
All right, Hunter, you guys are in control. Where do you want to go? Oh, trip to DC. $1,000 into the team. The first state. He says he's going to be $1,000. Say no deal to that. Pick a case off.
Damage to vehicles is expected. Locations in Texas include Madison, Van, Wharton, Turtle Creek, Blair, and Jeffrey. This includes Route 119 between mile markers 44 and 49.
All right, that should be it. Actually, not yet. There's one more. And what's this? Oh, that was Snohomish, and I think there was one more iPause test I forgot too. So after I go back on these products, we will get started. Not too much more left, so
Two of these, you just one. County in central West Virginia. County in central West Virginia. Southwestern County in central West Virginia. Southwestern County in north central West Virginia. Western Raleigh County in southeastern West Virginia until 8 p.m. Eastern Daylight Time. At 4:50 p.m. Eastern Daylight. Doppler radar indicates heavy rain across the north central and recoveries into the rain have fallen. Now we're seeing rainfall amount of 1 to 1.5 inches are possible in the warned area. So flash flooding is ongoing or expected to begin shortly. Hazard: flash flooding caused by thunderstorms. Source: radar. Impact: flash flooding of small creeks and streams, urban areas, highways, streets, and underpasses, as well as other poor drainage and low-lying areas. Locations curious. Flooding include Charleston, Clay, go ahead and go to desktop. Montgomery, now taking me to your desktop. Clinton, Cedarville, home base. Here we are, the desktop. I'm pretty sure I should be getting the walk through center area. Warning has been issued until 8 p.m. Eastern Daylight. I'm trying to not drink that, like soon noticing does have stutters. Yeah, does your lamp on. So that is very interesting.
all right. There's more crap too. Again, once we have it all, then we'll move on with the proceedings. And here's another. Okay, last one.
Issued at 4:58 p.m. Eastern Daylight Time. The National Weather Service in Charleston has issued a flash flood warning for north central Upshur County in northeastern West Virginia, east central Doddridge County in northern West Virginia, southern Harrison County in northern West Virginia, northeastern Lewis County in northern West Virginia until 8 p.m. Eastern Daylight Time. At 4:58 p.m. Eastern Daylight Time, Doppler radar indicated thunderstorms producing heavy rain across the warned area. Between 1 and 2 inches of rain have fallen. Additional rainfall amounts up to 1 inch are possible in the warned area. Flash flooding is ongoing or expected to begin shortly. Hazard: flash flooding caused by thunderstorms. Source: radar. Impact: flash flooding of small creeks and streams, urban areas, highways, streets, and underpasses, as well as other poor drainage and low-lying areas. Some locations that will experience flash flooding include Jackson, West Milford, Bald Creek, James, and Lawrence. Repeating, a flash flood warning has been issued until 8 p.m. Eastern Daylight.
All right. We've got everything now. And no, those images don't deceive you, and I'll explain. Oh, did that cable? Okay, good, didn't come loose. Alright. Let's do the Wordle for today before we get started. How about share? Nope. Not spare either. Nope. Aware. Yes, I should have been aware of this. Yeah. So anyway, as we go ahead and load up the first game here, for today, let's take a little bit and talk about what happened over the course of the last few hours when we were with you last. Yeah, when we were last with you. Seems like 3's not arrived yet, but I guess we're going to be waiting for it. But I guess we're going to be waiting for it for a while. So let's load up the first game now. And yeah, as you can tell by the photos dialogue, as I said I would yesterday, I did get around to recording the footage for the Nostalgia Paradise finale. And in fact, while the upgrade process was quite difficult, happy to report that it turned out pretty well. And I'm very impressed with the outcome. So, as I've said, this will be the first part of the final episode of the series. So this first part involves replacing the hard drive on my Dell Inspiron 5700. And while I did screw up the hard drive cable, during the replacement process, I was able to get the cable back into place. And from there, I was able to proceed with the installation of Windows. And as I had literally just said, I chose Windows 11 on it, and then after connecting it to the internet, it was able to activate with the Windows 10 code. So I figured it was going to accept with the code. And I'm very glad I made that choice to put it on a Windows 10 PC and I was curious to see if it would meet the hardware requirements. In fact, just like that XPS, that machine met almost all of the requirements for Windows 11. The only thing, just like the XPS, it's just the processor that doesn't meet the requirements. So that thing was pretty close to meeting Windows 11's minimum requirements, but I didn't want an external hard drive in there. I didn't want a mechanical hard drive inside of the machine. So, of course, when I swapped out the hard drive, of course, I took it out and I put a label on it, a sticky note label, to signal what computer the hard drive originally belonged to and what OS is on it. what OS is on it. So as such, I've labeled the OS with Windows 10 Home. Of course, I had to specify the edition: Windows 10 Home, 20H2, and then Windows. Well, 20H2. I believe that is one of the applicable versions of Windows 10 that we could go to Windows 11 from. So I could go from Windows 10 20H2 to Windows 11 directly. So, but of course, considering that machine didn't meet the requirements for Windows 11, of course that wasn't possible. But of course, in typical fashion, what I of course did was use Rufus. Well, what I did was I used Rufus to install import partially successful. So it'll tell me 3 items failed. So it's saying whatever those 3 items have failed, it's automatically reselecting those so I can try again. So I can try to do it again. And yes, as of today, the May security updates have went out. When I last checked, it was made available for 24H2, and now it's available for everything. So this is the update for May of 2011 of Windows 11. We're looking at 24H2. As you can see, the audio from your microphone might mute unexpectedly. Now, that, I have to say, that is probably going to be a very welcome improvement. Now, I'm not sure if this also applies to 23H2, but let's check and see. It does not say about any audio problems there, but the microphone muting unexpectedly in 24H2, that is a very welcome change. So that's a very welcome change. So we're getting closer to 24H2 finally becoming more stable. So the update is out. It's update now. But of course I can access the Windows 10 update history separately, but of course this is the page I needed to go. So here's 20H2, the only 22H2, the only supported version left. So there's some updates that are also being rolled out for Windows 10. So our May security patches are out. And the update started going on that Dell machine instantly after I connected it online. But of course, I'm choosing not to do it now. But now that I got Windows 11 going on it, I was thinking maybe I should try that PC, but I don't know if that would yield the same results with this machine, with OBS and all that other stuff running at the same time. I'll probably just still do it all separately, have it all running on separate PCs. So, in this case, I'll still have my other Inspiron
handle my radio station while we're away. And in addition to that, I'll have my other, did they go? Yes, they did. And let me make sure they're all there. Yep, they are all there. So that's what I'm going to do later this week. I'm going to get the footage pieced together. In fact, maybe we could get a head start on putting the episode together tomorrow as part of the weekly test show. So I got the first part of footage done and mostly some of the voice lines already, right? So right then and there, I got some of the voice lines done. So now we just wait for the next part before we get on any further with taping any other pieces of footage. But then all I just gotta do is update Windows 11. So yeah, I just gotta try to update Windows 11. And let's do the narrator thing again from last week. Let's do the narrator.
Audio mixer window, rope left arrow. Up arrow. Down arrow.
And I'll play catch up
arrow.
when we get to sensory world.
Right up arrow. Down arrow. Up arrow. Right arrow. Up arrow. Down arrow. Up down arrow. Left arrow. Up arrow. Right arrow. Up arrow. Right arrow. Left arrow. Right arrow. Down arrow. Left arrow. Up arrow. Right arrow. Up arrow. Left arrow. Right arrow. Up arrow. Up arrow. Left arrow. Left arrow. Up arrow. Up left arrow. Down arrow. Up arrow. Up arrow. Up arrow. Up left arrow. Up arrow. Up arrow. Up left arrow. Up arrow. Left arrow. Right up arrow. Up arrow. Up arrow. Up arrow. Down right up arrow. Up arrow. Up arrow. Left right arrow. Right arrow. Up arrow. Up right left arrow. Up arrow. Right arrow. Up arrow. Up left arrow. Up arrow. Left arrow. Up arrow. Up arrow. Up arrow. Left arrow. Up arrow. Right arrow. Up left arrow. Up arrow. Left arrow. Up right. Down arrow. Right arrow. Up arrow. Left arrow. Left arrow. Left arrow. Down arrow. Up right. Down arrow. S. W
Okay, good enough.
space D A D W D F D W W Q A E D A W W S W space 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 space, 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 space.
That's the end of the game.
F A W W A Q S W D C W Q S D W W D D A Q S A D W W E D W W Q W Q Q 3 W A S A W D D D D A Q D up arrow, right arrow, left arrow. S W up arrow, right arrow, D W W D D D
Swat, swat, swat. Swat, swat, swat. Swat, swat, swat. Swat, swat,
A
swat.
D S W
Swat, swat, swat.
D
What
W
is this?
Swat, swat, swat. 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 Swat, swat, swat.
A
Swat, swat, swat.
Microsoft Sam's Rockcopter and the Windows 8 critical error sound.
Swat, swat, swat.
Is that what this is?
A W W C
We'll
A
have to try that at the
A.
end.
space D D D W Q A space space
Yeah, we'll have to try that
Space.
at the end.
space
And of
Space.
course, just like last week, we're gonna play
Space.
catch up along the way.
space
And when I was going back on the iPod stuff this morning, I think I forgot there was something else too.
space 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 backspace space 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 space
We activate that bonus mode again. I'm
Tap
gonna try the
OBS
space
3 1
song.
points mute audio input controls with Roblox space space D space D space space D A W D D A D Q A space 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 OBS 3 1.0 audio mixer window mute volume
So what I
slider
call
Roblox
the
window
space song.
space
It's just
Space.
David saying space.
space 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 space
Space.
backspace
Backspace.
space backspace D D A Q A space
I want to be sure I leave something
Space.
for that. For that keyboard
Space.
game. Oh.
space
Oh yeah, that Jenga type
Space.
thing or whatever.
space 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 space
Oh, did I just win the mega bonus? I did.
double D A D A W
And what is that? 99?
W.
Oh,
D.
God.
W.
Okay.
Space.
99 I don't think I've ever won a Mega One on this game.
S. W. Space. W. A. D. A. D. A. Q. F. A.
Actually, I don't think
Exiting
we need
narrator.
Narrator now. Now, I actually would like to play this thing here before we... Well, actually, a couple things.
All right. Then we're moving on. Oh, is that California Zephyr number 6? It has to be. All right. Arcade Island is where we're heading next. I'm pressing E. Oh, it took the first one. Oh, is that the chief? Or is that Zephyr number 5? Yep. That's the Zephyr. Came out of Chicago very late today.
Embark.
Isn't it supposed to put me up here? Huh. There we go. That's where it should have teleported me to the first time. But I guess the teleporting mechanism didn't activate.
Quintuple air.
I guess somebody took it before I did. Hit as many colors as you can in 30 seconds.
Double.
And there we go, got the jackpot.
Strike. Strike.
Look at all this stuff.
Strike.
That's a lot of stuff we're gonna have to go back on at the end of this. A lot of it.
Strike.
That's the game, and I didn't do anything. Bingo doll, whatever that is. So yeah, still a lot of stuff to go back on. We'll take care of it when we're done with this game. Alright, this is how we'll finish our credits.
Leoma and Coal Mountain.
let's see if Hawaii Public will test this hour. Last one.
Also hear Beethoven's Symphony No. 5 and Every Tree Speaks by Iman Habibi. That's Monday at 8 p.m. on HBR2, sponsored by the Rice Partnership. This is a test of the emergency alert system. This has been the test of the emergency alert system. KHPR Honolulu, KKUA Bilingual, KANO, KHH Federal, KITL Kuala, KKHF Kuala Lumpur.
Portions of what? Portions of fail. Portions of fail. Let's get right to the next whatever. Now that I see this, let's turn myself into a giant. I guess there's no limit. Now I'm really tall. And of course, we need some music to go along with it. We need some music to go along with this. So why don't we cue it now? That is lovely. That is lovely. What else have we got? This thing? I just like this, literally. Actually, stop right there. Let's get the Louisville Weekly on the iPhone. Here we go. New Albany, Indiana. This is the stun jammer we want. That I want, rather. Let's finish off the city. Alright, that's enough of the music. Because now we have some more catching up to do. And it begins now.
The civil authorities have issued a local area emergency for Terrell NN, beginning at 5:12 p.m. Tuesday, May 13th, and ending at 5:12 p.m. Wednesday, May 14th. Highway 54 will be closed from Alamo border to the state line, Texas, due to high winds and low visibility. Pull out the road, shut the engine off, and turn off the lights. Do not use four-way flashers. Call 911 if an emergency.
Here's the next one.
Oh, this song is.
At 5:24 p.m., Doppler radar indicated thunderstorms producing heavy rain across the Warren area. Between 1 and 2 inches of rain had fallen. Additional rainfall amounts up to 1.5 inches are possible in the Warren area. Flash flooding is ongoing or expected to begin shortly. Hazard: flash flooding caused by thunderstorm. Source: radar. Impact: flash flooding of small creeks and streams, urban areas, highways, streets, and underpasses, as well as other poor drainage and lying areas. Some locations that will experience flash flooding include New Lexington, Somerset, Shawnee, Barry State Forest, Thornville, Junction City, New Stransville, Glenford, and Headlock. Turn around. Don't drown when encountering flooded roads. Most of these report flooding to the National Weather Service by calling toll-free 800-401-9535, where you can do so safely.
Oh, they just flush.
They literally have given up.
All right, we're on another break.
Loop the video of low battery shutdown. I'll go to WJON and take care of the rest. Recharge battery. It glitched at the end. All right, back to Beat the Bridge.
All right. Not only is that the end of the round, but we're caught up with everything once again. But I still gotta do the editing though. Now we can get on with this. How about some different music to accompany this?
I think Raleigh started doing computer upgrades too. Because I don't see Chapel Hill going off for anything. It's probably just that a lot of stations are off the air.
It just failed to relay.
Torrential rainfall is also occurring with this storm. It may lead to localized flooding. Do not drive your vehicle through flooded roadways. Don't wait until you see the lightning flash before heading to safety. At the first sign of threatening skies or the first bout of weather, deadly lightning strikes can occur well ahead of an approaching storm. Prior to the arrival of great intelligence, make sure that lightning is on the way to communication before moving out activity. And 50 p.m. and before entering there, the temperature was 90% skies is mostly cloudy. The forecast is very nice. The cloudy with a slight chance of thunder. Occasional showers may be this evening. And the upper 50s. About 5 miles per hour. Heating the rain 90%. Weather radio. Hazard station WNG706. Radio 62.45 megahertz. Mentioning the packet is transmitted to the antenna located on the WRAN TV tower near Garner. The station serves major people as well as Peter Michael. The river type is 656 PR Eastern License. National Weather Service. We have issued people. 3 p.m. 5 miles per hour. Hazard 60 miles per hour.
What?
Radar indicated. Impact.
What?
Sighting. Entry. Locations impacted include
What?
Del City, Sharpsburg, Kensington, Pittsburgh,
What?
Saratoga, and Buckmore, Minnesota.
What? 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 What?
I just wanted the sound effects of the cat.
What?
Go ahead and get it right. Go ahead and get it right.
Tic-tac-toe is on another break. Let's get back to this now.
Okay, go ahead and get it ready.
Alright, let's go to the next one now. Let's destroy the suspension bridge now. Are you what? Let's... Yeah. All right, tic-tac-toe is on another break. I left the audio on by mistake. I'm going to keep the thing as it is right now until we get to the next stage of catch-up, which will be after dinner. I'll play catch-up some more after dinner. After dinner tonight. I really like the song choice that I made for that Street View video. All right, let's destroy some logos now. Let's make sure we're still on. We haven't gotten canceled after the string was accidentally left on. The audio, rather, the desktop audio was accidentally left on. But okay. All right, so I know where to start for the next round. There we go. There's the phones. How often do these logos respawn? I'm curious to know. I wonder how often they respawn. Because I know for sure you can't respawn them manually. Eon. 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 I love this. Eon. Eon. I like that. Low battery. Please recharge soon. Powering off now. Alright, perfect that it decided to kick me out because I am back now from dinner and we are ready to finish up playing catch up here. So we left off right here. Continue from there right now. So after we play this round of catch up, we will get to the next game. And since HBR tested, I'm going to move them to next week. Gosh. All right, next one. No batteries. Gosh. Very low. The two were almost in sync.
The civil authorities have issued a local area emergency for Summit CO, beginning at 6:56 p.m. and ending at 7:56 p.m. Effective immediately and extending until further notice. Silverthorne PD has issued an evacuation order for all persons living or traveling in the vicinity of Eagle/Ship Lane.
Oh, the game was delayed tonight.
Don't turn any heads up in this area. To protect yourself and your family from this dangerous situation, all the actions must be taken. Leave your home, in place, and tell immediately for a safe destination outside the hazard area by specifying our limited way. Travel. Take only that's essential items such as medications and identification with you. Do not pick up your children from school. School officials have activated their emergency plans to ensure their safety. An evacuation site is available at Silverthorne Recreation Center for information and services. If you need evacuation assistance due to access or functional needs, call 911. Otherwise, do not call 911 unless you have a serious personal emergency.
Next one. This one I believe I got live, but I will double check. That one I believe I got live, but I will double check the footage. Very low as the phone just shuts down. The network. Battery empty. That I got live. Not this one though.
Uh-huh. 2011.
Did you know Cheez-It made
You know what? This is already too laggy, so we're not going to continue. As much as I would like to continue, that's not going to happen. I'll go back on the RWT manually when this is done. Yeah, when that's done, I'll go back on the RWT manually, and then that should be it.
Wednesday, weather caused by excessive rainfall is expected. The areas affected include portions of Maryland, including the following counties: Allegheny and Washington, Northwest County, Frederick, and West Virginia, including the following counties: Hampshire and Morgan. The hazardous weather conditions are expected until 2:45 a.m. Wednesday. Impacts: flooding of rivers, creeks, streams, and other low-lying and flood-prone locations is imminent or occurring. Additional details: at 8:34 p.m., Doppler radar indicated heavy rain due to thunderstorms. Flooding is ongoing or expected to begin shortly in the Warren area. Between 1.5 and 3 inches of rain have fallen. Additional rainfall amounts of 1 to 3 inches are possible in the
All right. We're finally caught up, so now we can continue. Next up, what interstate are we going to drive this week?
When you're facing the left handle like this, he's 91, 92 mile outside, so he is upstairs. You cannot change your approach. You have to visualize another left-hander that the ball gets there quicker. Somebody going 95, 96. And you have to think like that. Don't look to see you at 91 or 92. It's getting there harder. Also fouls again. I mean, that's a 92 mile an hour fastball. Side high right down the middle, and he just throwing it straight back. These are pictures that normally a guy would roll and he starts screaming, "Oh no!" Abbott throws it and goes, "Yeah, he's gonna cut that."
Let's do I-55 this week.
Still 2-2, the stretch and the finish. That was Abbott. 2 strikes on.
No, we're not starting in St. Louis. We're going to start in New Orleans. We're going to start in New Orleans and head north. So this week we're going to do I-55 north in its entirety. Okay, here we go. Northbound I-55.
Memphis, Arkansas Bridge. And we'll continue north at 55. I did not know 555 existed, but apparently yes. So we're just going to remain mainly rural portions of Arkansas. That's the Missouri state line already. That's the next one. Nah. Let's do this one instead. Now the border between Missouri and Illinois. All right, we're done with this game. Already went back on that. Wait a minute, 757. This is 54, so we just missed it.
All right, that's all the catching up that we have to do for this time around. Let me just go ahead and acknowledge everything. All right, let's head to the doghouse place for whatever next.
need it, sure. You need to grow and some of it, you know. Where he, regularly one guy being in, but that means, okay, so fucking years. And for American ice, that lead, it's still stuff,
Let's see if this seems. Let's see if this seems. It's better. Yes. Let's see if this.
Like, wow.
You're pretty cool.
There we go. Finally got the faucets on. Oh yeah, I'm sure. I'm very sure about that. And I'm also very sure about doing this. Fire alarm intruder.
Opening bracket, closing bracket, opening brace, closing brace, opening brace, closing brace, double, T, T, S, space, T, double, backspace, backspace, double,
Dale Vargas fouls away, fourth inning underway. Dave, engineer.
Yeah, I'm sure. I'm very sure.
E, double, E, 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 C, D, D, B, space, double, S, E, S,
In the first inning. That's your baseman for three. For every double hit by the Dodgers in the regular season ball game, Tito will donate $100 to lifetime charity. For $10,000 to fill the bottle by fifth generation Nick Austin, Texas 40% alcohol. Maybe this is possible. Terry Frank wanted out there to check on his center fielder. He seems to be saying, he made it steal. Okay. Now one off the forearm, now a knee to the inner thigh that sent him flying. Okay. I'll tell you, I would not want to run into Ellie De La Cruz. No. Paul Ricker Waters, yeah, with a lot of velocity and weight to go behind his collision.
Oh my god, the fan is going so fast it's gonna fall off the freaking ceiling. The fan going so freaking fast it's gonna fall. I feel like it's gonna fall off the ceiling. Sure, let's turn them all on. Let's turn on all the fans and make them all go really fast. Wee! Let's make it go really, really fast.
All right, let's go to another game now. Something like this. Oh, wait. I got something better. Oh, the X is over there. That cancels the join. Let's go to this game instead.
Short lead by Carroll at first base to 1-0. Again.
Huh. Backspace discards it. That's good to know.
If this had been an actual emergency, important information or instructions would have followed the tones you just heard. This concludes this test.
All right.
Servers through WPLD IP radio 307 double. Space 2.
We had a fun moment. Green innings, he looked over the radio. Second, all the big pitchers sitting there, and
I'll get the local emergency as we transition to the next game. Dead end. Oh yeah, since we are in Cincinnati tonight, let's see if Aaron Preston's live for the. Looks like he is. But of course, we'll have another Friday Night Fireworks Spectacular from Cincinnati this Friday. That's going to be exciting. Maybe if the Reds end up hitting a home run, then we'll maybe see some fireworks from here. But we'll have to wait and see. All right, that's that.
Enter. Backspace. Selection deleted.
Selection deleted.
Exiting narrator.
Alright, let's take a moment and go back on this.
Let's see. Beginning at 9:23 p.m. and ending at 10:23 p.m. All residents that the previous day evacuated can now return to their homes in the area. Equal slash should be blamed to a previous gas main break.
Somebody was trying to jump into the river from the bridge? From the Bailey Bridge. Yeah, from the Bailey Bridge. As I could see when I scrolled back and going to the chat, there were some officers on the scene. And that was while the game was delayed. Too, because it wasn't until 7 that everything that day finally got started with the game. But at least they talked them out of doing that, so that's the good news that we didn't get to see that, so. But yeah, this is gonna be kind of nice. Sox play in Cincinnati, and we could see the ballpark live as as the game goes on. So this is great. We get the Brent Spence Bridge and the Rolling Bridge, whatever it is, the Bailey Bridge up in front, the CSX line. We got it all because it's Cincinnati. But keep our. Cause I gotta go. Yeah, I'm gonna get some popcorn here. So I'm gonna get some popcorn now. While I find a place to real fan. Oh, we got an enhanced for Thursday. Oh man. So we will. So I'll see you back here in about 15 minutes. For right now, once I find a place, I'll let you all enjoy the trains. Okay, we're back. And what on earth? So, I didn't get a chance to say it, but earlier, during Wheel of Fortune, well, actually near the end, this one got it all the way, so. So, at the beginning of the bonus round, the other two players who played had a specially specially decorated T-shirts that say "Wheel of Misfortune." Wheel of Misfortune. That is so funny. That was so funny to see. In fact, as soon as as soon as we both saw the shirts, I was asking her. She was telling me about, and I told her that she usually changes up the chant to Misfortune, the Wheel of Misfortune, and those two had T-shirts that basically said that. Yeah, basically said Wheel of Misfortune because they were the losing players. They were losers of the game. So that's what they did. So they created those special T-shirts that they lost the game. So that was that was hilarious. Me, did it seriously just crash again? It seriously just crashed again. Well, and I guess here we go again, connecting back to the PC. So I already went back on all the Amtrak trains.
So this is the so everyone's here an hour and a half before the game. Second, Now let me see if any more weeklies have came up. Other than that, that's Cast, which I went back on separately. All right. Then I guess we're ready for the next game. We're gonna destroy a city next. donateshow.com that has a lot of like about the carrot, cat, hoodie, t-shirt, and more.
And we'll play catch up a bit more at the end of the show. But of course, I gotta check this as well and see if anything else shows up. Also, I've got better music than that. There, that's better. Actually, I know you all want to hear the music too, so.
Ooh, what a ride. What's next to get smashed? This Ferris wheel? Oh, sure. While it's running. Ooh, even better. There goes all 4 legs. Oh my god, that thing is still spinning. Let's stop it. Let's stop it from spinning. And it's still spinning around. And that thing is still spinning around. I was about to stop the music and see if the alarm was even going off, but apparently, yes, it is. The Sox are winning against the Reds. And all the Reds fans are defending the chat. Reds fence line. Oh my god. We got the cooling tower to fly. We got the cooling tower to fly. There's like 2 dozen things. Doesn't seem to be happening even if let's try and turn desktop notifications on and then deactivate streamer mode. Yeah, sure, let's turn on the narrator to double D.
A. Grave accent 2, 2, space 6, double D. 1, space, 6, and 5, double D. Task hashtag WPLDEAS logged up. Exiting narrator.
Exiting narrator. Gonna read this? Okay, I'll let the narrator read it.
At Yalek, messages in list. You missed a call from Yalek Thelembine 391 that lasted a few seconds. To servers Roblox window space 2 double A.
Alright, resume.
Task row E space 2 6 W space
That was their reaction.
space Tap hash grave accent backspace server grave accent user area region user settings tab notification grave accent grave accent Alertia VLC Media Player window behind the wall VLC Media Player notifications user settings tab keybinds tab checkbox check close channel grave accent surf Roblox window
that left
space
again
space
at least I'll hear the sound this time.
on grave Backspace. Selection deleted. Search Roblox space 5. Grave accent. Big. 2. 3 4 W. F D W. Hashtag WPLDDA is check. 1 of grave accent, backspace, grave accent. Server sidebar channel, messages list. You missed a call from the Electro Line 391 bullet. Channel, serve W. 1, 2, space W. Tasks, no taskbar, start.
Stop the music right
no
there.
item in view.
Did I just hear
IEM
flash
bot monitor
flood
window,
emergency?
available, scan off, available.
It is.
Link.
Here it is right here.
KLWX, scan off, taskbar pane, clock
still show up
9:30,
as regular
clock
flash
9:30,
flood warning,
clock
though,
9,
it won't have the
VTEC
emergency
event
tag.
2020.
But here it is right here. Look at this. Insane.
Roblox, scan off, double, space,
Roblox
W,
window.
grave accent, grave accent, grave accent, grave space,
accent.
W. Space D.
Okay, now apparently the W key is
2.
locked.
W. E. D. A.
Apparently the W key is locked to the game now.
W. W. D.
Okay, well it was, but I fixed it.
D.
Wow.
A.
Alright, that's all we need.
Behind the wall, VLC
Alright, resume
media
the
player
music.
window, Roblox window, W.
You are now worthy. Very worthy.
Grave accent, grave accent.
Let's time this roll.
Fanny's been looking forward to keeping her promise all
I just lost an R.
W. S. W.
Oh my god.
6. Space.
I lost an R.
Escape.
I just
Enter.
lost
Spit 1 1 1 1 1 1 1 1 1 4 double escape enter.
It'll reset before it teleports me to the moon.
Task switcher.
I was
Task
too
bar pane.
late.
Clock 9:30.
I was too
escape.
late.
Clock 9. Escape. 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 Clock. Escape. Clock 9. Clock 9:30. Clock 9:30. Clock. Escape. 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 L. Enter.
All right, let's get back to.
We then dealt to San Francisco before the regular season started.
All right, let's rejoin.
Hashtag 10K
Go to
blur.
the next song.
VLC media player window. 128 state Roblox window. W6. Space. Widgets pane. Widgets. Web content region. Widgets.
What? Oh, there we go.
Double space.
Alright, what the heck?
Space. Double space. Task Roblox window. Roblox window. W.
And no, I don't want to hear the music out of the game. I want to hear the music from my own. But now look, the power plant reset. So that means we gotta do the destruction all over again. Which I'm not even gonna bother wasting my time doing. So what we're gonna do instead is we're gonna go wreck what we were going to wreck originally. This bridge.
Task switcher. Selected. Requires selection list of 1. Relaxing. VLC media player window. Relax 300. Double 5 6 4 double S double 5 2 double 5 S.
Probably gonna take them a second to pull me to answer
double all 5 using the double all new navigation DT TADR talking gang talking talking gang 37 500 and 9 talking gang talking gang third talking gang 38
That's probably what he's asking
Grave accent, grave accent, grave space, grave accent, grave accent, 2 W, grave accent, 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 double A. Hashtag user area grave accent. Grave accent.
No, not again.
Space. Notification. Roblox window. Roblox window. 5 2 A Talk and getting her. Task switcher. Selected. Roblox window. Roblox window. Task switcher. Select W. W 2 3 4 D W notifications closed button hashtag double server side channel main college brain exclamation point accent exclamation point backspace exclamation point brave accent 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 Task switcher, selected, requires selection list of 1.
Nope. That sounds oddly familiar, so obviously no.
Aquarium, 16 vid, W. Space.
W.
5. W. D. Grave accent, 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 grave at W, grave accent, 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 grave accent. YouTube scan, live streaming, Roblox window, scan off, W. Grave accent, grave accent, grave space, grave accent. 2, W, 2, space, W, D, S, W, space, 5, on W, D, S, D, W, W, D, D,
let's see, I'm checking
on 6. Grave accent, S. At Yelek Vilembine 3 At Elect servers artsies, channel, main, message hashtag serve space D A 16-bit, VLC media, too old to change, ET, double D A ET cetera, and rope double D E A F2 and double D E double D
Now how do I turn the I'm taking Dora, Caillou, and little Bill to jail for their crimes against humanity.
Hashtag WPL server sidebar navigate artsy general gist channel main message hashtag general gist edit server sidebar navigate or hashtag server brave accent Taskbar pane. Clock
Stop right
clock
there.
950 clock 950 clock 950
We're about to
clock
have
950 clock
there's
950
fireworks
clock 950 clock
at Great
950 clock
American.
950 clock 950
We're
clock
about to see
950
it on the
clock 950
Reds.
clock 950 clock
We're about to
950
see it on
clock
the
950
webcam.
clock 950 clock 950 clock
And
950
this ball
clock 9
game is
clock
tied
950
at 1. Okay. First, to pick another song.
Task switcher, selected, ball of fire.xm, VLC media, Roblox with W. 2, space. Notifications user setting, close, at Yelekvelembine 391. Youth banner, Plainfield Studios, online, button, image. Roblox with 2, space. Taskbar W space fly. Grave accent, grave accent, grave accent, grave accent.
What are you doing?
Grave accent,
oh my God.
accent, grave 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 accent.
Hey, I just made a new box.
Percent sign.
I just
percent
saw
sign.
it.
Percent sign. Percent sign.
Do you want to make Una a nanny now?
Percent sign. Percent sign. Percent sign. Percent sign. Percent sign. Percent sign. Dollar sign. Dollar sign. Capped up. Dollar sign. 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 Number sign. Number sign. Number sign. At symbol. At symbol. At symbol. At symbol. Number sign.
Oh shit.
Ampersand. Dollar number sign.
Let me...
Closing parenthesis.
I had to find a photo.
Open parenthesis. Closing bracket. Opening bracket. Closing bracket. Opening cap W. Closing brace. Opening brace. Opening brace. Cap D. Space.
It's just a
vertical bar. Space. Vertical bar. Vertical bar. Cap W. Vertical bar. Cap.
You know what?
Vertical bar. Vertical bar. Vertical bar.
Here, Plainfield, can I switch to desktop real quick?
Vertical bar. W. D.
Hold on, I gotta reset password and everything. I'll be right back. Alright?
Roblox W. D. 4. 5. Percent sign. 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 Number sign. Space. Percent sign. 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 Dollar 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 sign. At space. Cap D. At symbol. At symbol. At symbol. At symbol. At symbol. Percent sign. Caret. Cap double. Space. Caret. 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 Taskbar at Yale W. Caret. Percent sign. Task switcher. Selected. Tab. Clock not. Space. Dollar sign. Dollar sign. Dollar sign. Dollar sign. Percent sign. percent sign, 128, percent sign, taskbar, at elect the line 3, at elect the line, scan off, task, at WPLDI, menu, hash,
Oh, what are you doing? What are you doing? More weathers.
Roble W. $sign, percent sign, cap D. Percent sign, space, percent sign, space, space, space,
I can't actually kick
percent
this out.
sign, percent sign, percent sign, channel, channel, percent sign, A. Backspace, selection deleted, server side, WJON IP radio, 2 up. Server side,
Hold on.
WPLD, backspace, percent sign, W, A. Caret, space, percent sign,
I just had command
D, S, A, double space, D, W, double D, D, S. W. Tilde. W. Grave accent, grave W. Q, W.
Here, hold on.
S. Escape,
Okay, that's enough.
enter. L, enter.
What are you doing? Why? Why am I not allowed to view this?
Hashtag user
Why
area
am I
region,
not allowed to
user
view this?
settings tab, notifications tab
What the
item,
heck?
keybinds tab item, tab panel, checkbox close, but hashtag WPLDEAS log, channel, main, message hashtag WPLDEAS log, edit, grave accent, backspace, grave, server, mark, hashtag servers sidebar navigation, high priority servers, 3 of 7 level 1, expanded, not group. Jalen County, backspace, 9.
Wait, was there,
The weather synopsis.
Server sidebar navigation.
Synopsis. Oh. Wait, but still. Character create. Is it supposed to be a string? Not a valid value.
Right there by Rojas. He didn't even flinch. So he saw that one all
How the
the way
hell
out
do you
on
do
page.
this? I don't know what the hell I'm supposed to do here.
Listen.
3-2 on
Oh,
Rojas.
final?
The comes
Hmm.
swing and a miss on the fastball.
It doesn't even let me view the damn help. Like, what am I supposed to do?
Get him over, get him in, swing. You miss
I don't know why it's not letting me do this.
95, it's like one. You're good. Okay, next Sonny. Take 2 out. Mr. Catcher will talk on the mound.
I can't actually view this bots characters. Like on desktop I can't do that.
Right now, looking to draw a walk as a left-handed hitter.
Oh, here we go. All right. Oh, here we go. Oh, hang on. I think I had to figure it out.
And the pitch is outside, and he held on a check swing. Ball 1.
Name? Oh, here we go. Bexto. Bexto. Icon. There we go. How do you upload an icon here?
Bullet.
Not a
Channels
valid
list. Link. Unread.
Oh, it needs to be
WPLDEAS
icon
log.
list. Oh,
Channel.
it needs to be
Main.
icon link.
Message hashtag
Can I upload
WPLDEAS
this
log.
somewhere?
Edit. Servers sidebar navigation. WJONIP radio. Bullet. Channels
Why
list.
am I not
Link.
allowed?
John Weatherscan. Bullet. Link. Bullet. Link.
My Google
John
Drive or
Local.
something.
Text chat. Bullet. Link. Bullet. Link.
Why can I just say color?
Server actions. Hash. Hide muted channels. Hash. Bullet. Channels list. Link.
Icon?
Unread.
Oh.
John TV. Text
So I'm
channel.
gonna have to
Link.
fucking
John
upload
TV.
image to
Text
Google
channel.
Drive.
Channel header region. Radio scan. radio.wjonip.org/WJONT document. Hashtag John TV WJONIP radio. Discord pane. Channel header region.
Here,
HT scan off. Bullet. Channels list. Link. Weatherscan 24/7 emergency alert logs app. Download 800. Servers sidebar navigation. WPLDEAS log. Channel. Main. Message hashtag WPLDEAS log. Edit. New line.
Oh. File upload.
Lie.
$, $, $, servers W, $, bullet, $, link, John Main, text channel. $, $, $, equal sign, backspace, equal sign, backspace, mark, hash, server sidebar, yeah, $, $, at symbol, plus sign, equal sign, vertical bar, slash, greater than sign, period, question mark, exclamation point, grave accent, number sign, capo, closing parenthesis, capo, opening parenthesis, closing parenthesis, opening brace, opening bracket, closing, add, multiply, divide, subtract,
Where is
Subtract. Q. W. X. F.
The Sox are in the lead again, 2-1.
G. H.
White Sox?
N.
The White Sox have just taken the lead in the top of the ninth. Actually, in the top of the 10th. We're in extras now.
Yeah.
They're leading the Reds 2-1 now. And I also have the Cincinnati Reds. I also have the Cincinnati webcam up as well. I had it up so I could see the home run fireworks from earlier.
Yeah.
And they just added on to their lead. And now the Sox have a 5-1 lead over the Reds by a 3-run blast. I bet all the Reds fans are pretty disappointed now.
Right.
Very disappointed indeed.
I can't believe it didn't do that.
OBS 3 1.0.3 Profile Untitled
Wait, hold on. What? Same fucking image. Plainfield, you gotta make your bots now.
Space J
How does this do justice? Why not?
MMJ N.
And
Do have a serious personal emergency.
Just Justin. My cousin's name, but I decided to Justin. Jalen's son.
That's your wire in the air.
May give that illusion of going with everything you want. Very hard. He was big league appearance and Carol Fowles 1-1.
And we're starting.
Easy heat. There's this. Looks like he's trying to throw as hard as he can.
There we go. All right. And then there. Oh.
As you mentioned, having a really good night. He's down the hole, but you talked about his play. He gets the 2 strikes, checks down on his approach.
And then
they hit the ball in the barrel and hit the hard.
make it shareable because fuck this crap. And then veterans. Okay. Don't fucking affect my own stupid webhooks.
Taking back to his first big league hit, and
Left arrow, left arrow, left arrow, M.
When you're a big leaguer, it doesn't mean so much, but the ball. Pitch is outside.
All right, what else am I missing? I think that's it. All right.
Left arrow, M. B, B, V, 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 V. Opening parenthesis.
I just managed to italicize an open. I just managed to italicize an opening parenthesis.
All right. What's the under one?
Italicizing an opening parenthesis.
What opening parentheses?
You managed to italicize an opening parenthesis.
Dollar sign.
I'm sure the game's going to be over after the Reds play their inning.
Oh,
That's going to be a lot of catching up for the Reds to do. They only got one home run in this entire game.
What? What?
Yeah, they only got one home run in this entire game.
All right. Then the behavior is opening options failed. Options matching comedic. I don't have documentation over that. Wow, that's wonderful. Loading options failed. Unbelievable.
You heard me talk about how busy.
Why am I not allowed to use behaviors? Loading options failed. I add behaviors. Behavior. Name.
Bottom of the deck and new pitcher Cam Booser.
Oh, this is gonna be hard.
Harder than you thought.
K, 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 comma, KKK, comma, 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 period, 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 period.
Started with the name.
Period.
Dismiss this message.
There's the audio clip from earlier. Real misfortune.
So behavior name is. Why are the loading options failed?
Oh my gosh. I had to show my parents that part from Wheel of Fortune today. The Wheel of Misfortune. Sounds like fun.
Does it exist? Why does it not exist? What the heck?
organization. Good lord.
Closing parenthesis, vertical bar, closing brace, underscore, 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 underscore,
How do you
underscore,
make a
underscore,
behavior?
underscore, underscore, closing parenthesis, hyphen, 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 underscore, 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 tilde, 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 exclamation point. Less than sign,
Okay.
greater than sign, slash, single quote,
I can actually make behaviors.
double quotes, slash, colon, double quotes, colon, colon, colon,
Let's leave
semicolon,
that open.
semicolon, semicolon, double quotes, double quotes, double quotes, double quotes, double quotes, double quotes, double quote, double quotes, double quotes, double quotes, cappy, 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 down arrow, down arrow, down arrow, up arrow, up arrow, up
Alright,
arrow,
well,
left
somebody got
arrow,
general
left arrow,
for
left arrow, right arrow, right
okay.
arrow, down arrow, down arrow, down arrow, down arrow, down arrow, divide, 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 underscore, underscore, underscore.
Behavior.
Typing underscore and it underscored that whole line. And it underscored the entire and it underlined the, and it underlined that whole line.
Goofy message. And what else am I trying to search for? Alright, here we go. Behavior action create.
Tomorrow night on Pete Rose night, Davis Martin, Nick Lodolo. Starters. 1-0 pitch. Low on a cutter. Sox could potentially use another opener. But Davis Martin will pitch most of the game, hopefully. Jonathan Cannon.
Yeah, we'll see about Davis Martin.
Okay.
Pretty good to hit for the moment. Kilo called strike. It's 2-1.
Ooh.
First, number 57.
And the following communities in West Virginia, Hampshire, and Morgan.
That was just
AM Wednesday, 2:45 AM Wednesday. So Maryland.
Let's down to their final strike. 2-2 on Connor Joe.
Warning for.
Swing, mid strike 3.
And that's the ball game. The Sox win it.
Oh, they won?
The White Sox win this ball game 5-1 in extras.
Hey. Wait a minute. Action name.
So the White Sox win this ball game 5-1 in extras.
Wait a minute.
Yeah.
So they take the. So they currently have one game of this series under their belt.
Action game. Okay.
Warning for.
While I'm at it, I'm going ahead and piecing the rest of this together.
Trying to make a
before we
fucking
move on
variable
with the-
definition for it?
So state
I'll get into it. Absolutely not.
Replaces river.
I'm fine with it. Here. This is gonna take forever. I'm actually gonna. I'll do this tomorrow. I'm gonna. Actually, I don't want behaviors. What behaviors? No, because it's just gonna send messages. Behavior.
This is the new flash flood.
Oh yeah, and there's that CPS news story I saw earlier.
Nothing here.
Earlier on in the show, on how a delivery driver in Detroit.
All right, now. Oh, here we go.
Took a wrong turn onto the Ambassador Bridge, and then was deported to El Salvador. Quite a crazy story.
Yeah. I wonder if it will actually make. I can figure this bot tomorrow. What? Oh, it's still not even. How? It's working.
Buster's dance off. Oh, great. Gabby's Dollhouse is getting a movie.
That's down. Oh my. I don't even know if it points to the correct. Oh, yeah.
Roblox window. Roblox. Enter. Exiting narrator.
Yeah, I think it's finally time to turn the narrator off.
Oh.
Clear out all that text that I just put down.
Oh, wait.
I see Arlington WX had a fire drill during watching Zootopia at school. I think it was the last day of school for seniors, I think was when my school
Here.
had their third fire drill of the school year. We were going to do it, I think it was in April, but then because of other things, they had to delay it. So, but at least they got it in before it was all over. So.
Oh, here we go. Let's get some of this going. Dance off with Buster. Around the U.S. There's the sunset over San Francisco. Ain't your name. On Illinois. Over St. Beach, Florida. There's what looks to be a Mariners game going on. There's that new cable stayed bridge in Corpus Christi that looks to be almost finished. Traffic's still flowing on the old bridge. Berkeley, Missouri. And I did take a listen to KDP. I did confirm last week that apparently, but of course, and then I think get myself in that. Test Wednesday show before get myself in that. So of course, I'll be spending time with my grandparents for a little bit. But enjoy his warm weather and everything like that. And then of course, we'll play our usual games. But if we look at the now MLS handles GSPs, so should anything go through Charlotte, MLS will relay it. So anyway, that's ready to go for tomorrow. I could add CHS, but just in case Charleston does anything, of course MLS will take care of that too. But then here is our risk for tomorrow. No, not for tomorrow, but for Thursday. As you can see right here, that is an enhanced risk. So, boy, we are going to be in for quite an event on Thursday, and boy, I cannot even begin to tell you how crazy it's going to be. Yeah, how crazy it's going to be. Oh, a video like that? I'll get to it. Oh yeah, and videos like that, I will get to them shortly after we go off the air tonight. So anyway, I don't want to keep that compilation waiting as well, so I might as well go ahead and put the might as well go ahead and cap it off now and end it.
So anyway, as you can see, that is indeed a day 3 enhanced convective risk for a majority of Wisconsin. Wait a minute. Okay, there we go. All right. So that's a day 3 enhanced risk for Wisconsin. So we're going to be keeping our eyes on that, and I'm sure Washington County will be keeping his eyes on this as well, because it is very close to the Twin Cities. But I'm not sure how this will play out over the course of the next, as we go through the next 48 hours. We'll see how, we'll see how this changes over the next 36 to 48 hours. And well, actually, we'll see what happens. We'll actually see what happens over the next 36 hours. As this risk, as this thing will soon go to day 2, and then they'll start adjusting it as we get to day 1, and then we'll see how this plays out. So, I mean, I gotta say, we've had quite a long break from a severe weather event like this, but now it seems like it's finally time for it to start picking up speed for the severe weather event to get up at severe weather events like this to get back up and running once again. And of course, I have added all other offices that are in this risk as well. So boy, my monitors are going to be going nuts tomorrow, as Gage would say. But I mean, as you've seen in previous events, I've noticed that my logger sometimes can't handle 15,000 things at the same time. So I was thinking the same thing, sort of splitting my monitors into separate separate private entities. So sort of split it all into separate private entities. So I'll just have one for I'll have one for NWR, and then have one for NWR, and then have one for AM/FM. But I would only have those running when there's severe weather. So this will sort of make the process easier on my main station, but I don't know how well my desktop will handle it. Because, I mean, some days it handles my station in OBS, but then other days it doesn't. So maybe at some point soon, some point in the future, I could work on maybe getting things like something like that set up. Where you have a mass NWR and then have an NWR and an AM/FM section, sort of like that. But then, of course, I'll still have the Chicago locals on my main logger, and then NWR will just comprise of other non-local stuff. So, and then AM/FM 2 will be the same story. So, of course, he'll be watching over this enhanced risk, but maybe for Chicago, we'll see what happens with this slight risk that is also in the forecast. And of course, whatever station this is decides to test, as I'm capping it off. Yeah, and I might want to mute the desktop audio before we begin.
Okay. 4, 5, and then 6. All right. All right, then. Now, let's move on with the talking. So yeah, we will be keeping an eye on this slight risk here in the Chicagoland area tomorrow. It seems like pretty much all of Northeast Illinois is in it, including my respective area. Okay. Now, since this thing is on day 3 right now, let's see if Chicago has released any, weather story on anything for, yeah, here we go, potential weather hazards for Thursday and Friday. So here we go, the isolated scattered storms. So they're still not certain if there's going to be severe weather on Thursday, but I mean, look at the high. I mean, look at this. 81 to 92. So that's going to be like that's going to be a record high. So we're really starting to get our taste of summer here in May. I mean, it's going to be warm like this on a regular basis. It's going to be hot like this on a regular basis here very soon. Looking at the daily forecast, Thursday, according to the Weather Channel app, it's supposed to hit 91, which I think I heard this will probably be shattering climate records. This might either tie or beat the previous record high temperature. And then after all of this, it's supposed to get down to the 60s for a while. And then it'll be a bit cooler near the lake. But of course, I'll be prepared for whatever happens this time. So. Oh, and of course, Maryland decides to do their iPause weekly now. They decide to do it now. And I'm just going to do it off of here, rather than connecting back to the computer to do it for the millionth time. All right. That is going to be the end of it for sure. So let's go ahead and finally render this now. So yeah, it's going to be in the 80s for a while. And then eventually we're going to go back down to while it is going to be warm here, it's going to be a bit cool. It's going to be pretty cool near the lake. In the 60s for highs and stuff like that. But of course, this thing is going to tell me when the updates are ready. So of course, because I told the updates to install, it'll let me know when it's time. I see the framework update's already ready. And I suppose once that security update says pending restart, then I'm sure it will be ready too. So yeah. So they're still uncertain as to how the slight risk is going to play out on
on Thursday, but again, we will see what happens when we get to day one for that. Then there's supposed to be another slight risk on Friday because I heard Louisville mention that in their outlook. And then after that, it looks like it's going to be quiet for a little bit following that. So we got a couple days of severe weather expected here. But my plan still is to do the final updates on Friday to my other PCs, and then close down the entire network together. Alcohol limit 0.8. We arrest drunk drivers. Yep, good advice. But anyway, what we were doing on Sunday was we were looking at a bunch of restaurants across the Chicagoland area, some of which I may not have been to before. So here's a Burger King in Romeoville. This is the Romeoville Burger King. Not sure why they took a picture of it from the bus, from what looks to be is that a pace bus or is that a school bus? Probably pace bus. But yeah, here's their Whopper. And now I was thinking maybe trying Burger King again because I'm glad I took advantage of the melts when they were still available. I think like just clicking that just takes us to, it just sets that to the Romeoville location. No, no, that's not the right location. Yes. Yes, go ahead and bring me to the closest. Yeah, this is the closest Burger King that we have. But that's all I need. I just want to look at the website, just see what we got. They got frozen strawberry, and then there's their combo. And there's their little Peppa Pig promotion that they're doing for kids' meals. Yeah, for their kids' meals there. And we can just click menu right here. We don't have to go to that order page. We can just look through the menu and see what they have. Let's see, here's some of their digital exclusives. And then here's their, oh, we can just use the category slider up here. And actually, before we continue, this laptop is getting kind of warm and the battery is almost low, so let me plug it in. Okay, there we go. It seems to ventilate heat a little more in tablet when it's in the tablet mode, as opposed to standard view. Seems like there's nothing else to report. Okay. All right. Now, continuing on with the things here. But of course, there's no mentions of the. Then here's their. And then here's their Whoppers. But yeah, as many of you all know, we've stopped doing fast food
on a regular basis. Well, when I'm at home, that is. But of course, I kind of go back to the old way a bit when, let's say, my grandparents are a lot of oaks, for example. Sort of like that. We sort of take some time off and, from our usual stuff and just, have some of my favorites. So there's all those, the big fish meals, and then flame grilled burgers. And of course, there's no mention of the melts. It's just their standard menu. They don't have anything special going on right now other than the trio. So if I do end up getting Burger King again, I'll probably just get the standard double burger. They also have chicken stuff. Maybe I could give one of those a try. Here's some of their sides. They got mozzarella fries. I actually might want to give the mozzarella fries a try. Yeah, I think maybe I should give the mozzarella fries a try this time. Maybe give that a try and see what it's about. That could be sort of a good replacement to the mozzarella sticks. So, or actually, they are the mozzarella sticks, but they're just redone as like fries and stuff. And then here's their drinks. They got Minute Maid lemonade. Mellow Yellow. So they got some good ones here. There's some of those sweets and 2 chocolate chip cookies. And then there's their kids' meals and then sauces and stuff like that. Well, that's for this location. Let's see if we can switch it to well, our closest burger. Well, this is another one of our closest Burger Kings. The Plainfield Road locations, it says closed, meaning it closed for the day. Oh no. Hope that the security update is not corrupted, because that would be bad. That would be terrible. It looks like yes, we can, but it's most likely not gonna let me order from that location because it's closed. So yeah, you can see order here is grayed out because it's closed, and it doesn't even select the location either. So yeah, it's probably because of being at 11 o'clock at night. A lot of locations are already closed for the day. I'm pretty sure it's going to do that framework update right now because it said pending restart. So, yep, it looks like it's going to do it. Or not. It's probably still going to say pending restart, but that restart was unexpected, so I would probably then have to hit restart manually through Windows Update, and then let's see, last checked 38 minutes ago. Oh, did it install successfully despite the crash? Wow. It actually installed successfully despite the crash. I'm not going to open any more Verizons on there for now. I'm just going to let the security update download and install. So. All right. So it looks like that update's continuing where it left off. prior to the crash. Okay, let's continue. So, either way, I am looking forward to returning to Burger King. And then earlier tonight, my mother was telling me, was asking me about what restaurants I'm looking to try. So, why is it not loading like it should? Oh, there we go. Here comes the map. There we are. So, Primo's is one place I was thinking of. We don't have a TGI in Oak Lawn anymore. So we could do TGI Friday. I don't know if I do Billy Boys or save it for my parents when they come. The Raising Cane's, the Buffalo Wild Wings. Haven't done that in forever. Maybe we could do that. And as I said, the Firefly Burger. Firefly Burger. Wow. It permanently closed already? Well, that didn't last long. Install error. Yep, that blue screen corrupted the install files. Okay, let me do something, please. All right. Okay. So yeah, the Firefly Burger already closed. This is from April 24, but I'm not sure if there's... What's this one? This one says Red Robin. So wow, the Firefly Burger did not last long, and it's already gone. Alright, well I guess there goes that plan. But another place I was thinking of, I was thinking about maybe Chick-fil-A.
So yeah, I was thinking maybe finally give Chick-fil-A a try. And of course we're looking to have Culver's again as well. Yep, go ahead and change it to my location if you wish. Let's see, this one's every guest who chooses Culver's leaves happy. Yes, even I leave happy too. What flavor is next at your restaurant? You can join my Culver's to get flavor of the day notifications and everything like that. So this was the flavor of the day. Tomorrow's flavor will be caramel pecan. And it only goes by just the week. It doesn't go by it does not go anywhere into the future, but we can view we can view everything for the entire month, and we can also view next month's flavor of the days. So we could view the flavor of the days for the next month too. Yeah, that's the closest Culver's it chose. But we can view all, and we can look at their entire menu here just to see what makes them so good. Of course, you can't go wrong about those Wisconsin cheese curds. Steamed broccoli, maybe that kind of those. I don't know. The crinkle cut fries and the cheese curds, yeah, I get them both together. And then we have their famous bar burgers. Ooh, Kobe Jack Pub. So that's a limited time. The Culver's Bacon Deluxe. What is this? So a lightly buttered toasted bun. So this is almost like the Burger King cheese melts a bit, but it's not like that. Here's their Swiss melt. Looks like we do have an option of American cheese as well. So this one's on rye bread. There's their sourdough melt. These are some things that we could get. I could get at Culver's. You know, if I end up going there. So yeah, that's something I could get if I end up going. If I do end up going back to Culver's. And then what other options that we got? So, I'm not trying Smash Burger again. I mean, I could do Portillo's. I mean, Portillo's is another option. And 25%, I think that's where it left off before it aired out. But if that blue screen fucked up the install files again, then I'm just gonna go ahead and update. I'm just gonna, instead of doing a repair update to 23H2, I'm just gonna go ahead and update it straight to 24H2. Because pretty much it's already the beginning of the end of 23H2. They've already begun the death sequence, so I might as well get it off of that version and go to the next one as soon as possible. Well, enough of that. Portillo's. I haven't had Shake Shack in a long time. Well, I haven't had that again, but maybe I could try it a second time and see. Maybe I could try it a second time and see if they've made any changes since our last visit, but I highly doubt that. What other options have we got?
Andes, we haven't done that. Oh, White Castle. Haven't had White Castle in forever, too. And then I was talking about Jedis and Foxes. Yeah, there's just lots and lots of places. Dunkin' Donuts. So yeah, there's just a whole lot of places, a whole lot of restaurants around the Chicagoland area that I might actually enjoy. Stacked, we haven't tried. They're closed on Wednesdays, and this is just a pancake place. It's just breakfast. Los Friends Mexican. One opens at 10 a.m. They're open until 7. That's their kids' meals that they have. Quesadillas. I think a special quesadilla burger, I guess I could say. Mini tacos. Yeah, just some of the many things this Mexican place has to offer. And then there was one I was going to show, but I never got to it. And it was actually a restaurant place that this one right here, that we went to about a month or so ago. Smile of Siam, this Thai restaurant. Opens at 11 a.m. on Wednesday, tomorrow. And I mean, it kind of feels like a restaurant sort of being like sort of being served a restaurant at home, because that's what this sort of feels like. I mean, it was like pretty quiet. I mean, we were like one of the only customers. Because we were like one of the only customers inside the restaurant. Um, Indiana, whoever you are, I hate to break the news, but you're a little too late. But never mind. Okay. Alright, we'll see if it gets past 25%. If it doesn't, then the install files might have fucked up again. Give it a second. Otherwise, I'll just find it on the Microsoft catalog and do it manually. I mean, there's just been so many problems with this PC. I don't know why I even still have it. Wait, I mean, I actually kind of like the theme, sort of the whole theme of the place, but the food was actually the food that we had there actually was quite good. It was actually quite good as well. Sort of got as close as I could to the orange chicken that I usually get when we have Chinese and when we have Chinese places and stuff like that. Did I stop it in time? I did. But yeah.
So that's the Mexican, that's the Thai place. I don't know if we'd want to try it again someday. And Windows 10 is done. It's ready to go. It's ready for me to restart. So Windows 10 is all set and ready for me to hit restart when I am ready to apply the update. But as I said, I will not do it yet. I will wait until later. So I'll just tell it okay. Set the reminder that the update is ready to go, and then I just said okay. You don't need to remind me twice, but whatever. So yeah, that's ready to go. Ooh, and the thing went away. No, I guess it was just there to remind me, but I guess it will remind me every so often that the update is ready, and all I just need to do is tell it when to restart, and then it'll be off and running.
Madison Run, Madison Hills, Advanced Hills, Carlsbad Road, Pretty Creek Road to Pretty Creek, Route 641 at Burnley Branch, Route 640 near Pretty Creek, Route 600 at Pretty Creek, Route 29 near North Fort of the Romano River, Route 643 near South Fort of the Romano River, Carthage Road at Route 607, Advanced Hills Road, and at Route 617, Route 15 at Montebello Road.
Well, find out anyway. So. Yeah. So yeah, that was just a good look at some of the restaurants, some good restaurants around the Chicagoland area.
Weather conditions are expected until 1:30 a.m. Impact, flooding of rivers, creeks, streams, and other low-lying and flood. Additional details at 12:45 a.m. Emergency management reported ongoing flooding in the Ward area. Flooding is ongoing. Between 3 and 6 inches of rain have fallen. Will continue, but no additional rainfall is expected. Some locations that will experience flooding include Woodhounsville, Runtersville, Marlonsville, Park, Somerset, Old Somerset, Newtown, Daltonville, Montpelier Station, Stony Point, Creekweed, Madison Run, Madison Hills, Advanced Hills, Carsland, Irvingville. This includes the following flood-prone roads: Pretty Creek Road to Pretty Creek, Route 600. 43 near South Fork of the Romano River, Carpenter's Mill Road at Route 607, Advanced Mills Road, and at Route 617, Route 15 at Montebello Road, Route 20 and Route 33, Route 637 near
Okay. So it looks like the installation files might have successfully been reinstalled, but I don't want to get ahead of myself. Because it could spew out that error again. I just want to make sure that the update correctly downloads and prepares before I put any Verizons back onto the machine. Save the video there, and that's going to do it. So there we go. That will be the final piece of this installation. So it is now officially final. I'm not going to pull any Verizons up until this update is ready to install. Or restart, rather. Oh, anyway. It's looking promising so far, but I guess we'll just keep it going until something happens. So, we'll take a look at a few more places. Metro Bar and Grill, we could do that again someday. And if we go more from recent history, here's the Wahlburgers we were looking at. No, not this random subdivision. This place. Close enough. But it's going to be somewhere along this vicinity here that we will find a Wahlburgers. Which is a hamburger restaurant. It looks like it's probably a chain, because I don't know if there's any more Wahlburger locations anywhere. So it looks like this is the only Wahlburger there is. At this point, I don't think there's a Wahlburgers anywhere else, so that's really the only place you'd find it. Looks like you'll be able to find one right now. Was that from earlier? Why are you relaying it from State College? Why now? You could have waited. You could have waited, but oh well. I mean, you could have waited for a bit, but they could have went right away, but oh well. Yeah, of course it's been set up like that. All right, and so with that said, we are just about out of time here. We have less than 5 minutes left before we say goodbye. So, of course, I want to thank all of you for tuning in. Installing got to 100. And it failed again. I figured it would. I mean, it looked promising, but yeah, it looks like the update files might have been corrupted again. So I'll probably just grab the update from the update catalog and do it manually. So I'm just going to download the update manually through the catalog. So this one here. So
Alright, now this will be the final. Yes, go ahead and apply it. Alright, so what I'll just do then is I'll just install this update manually. And just like the last time this happened, if the next 3 security updates fail to install by themselves, then I'm just going to go ahead and instead of doing another repair install of 23H2, I'm just going to go ahead and update it to 24H2. So then it'll remain up to, and then it'll just repair all the update files right then and there. So, yeah, I mean, just doing 24H2 is an upgrade. You know, it's like an upgrade to a whole new OS, sort of, because there's different code inside of the kernel, which is what makes this version of Windows 11 new, completely new. But I'll probably just try to see if I can troubleshoot the problem. I'll have to try and see if I can run Windows Update restore commands to fix the error. But then of course there's the repair Windows thing. But I'll probably then just remove the registry blocks that I put in there and then just let it force update to 24H2. But I don't know how well it will behave, but I guess maybe I shouldn't have done it while all those Verizons were on. Maybe I should have waited for a little bit longer, but I'll try it and see what happens. So with that said, that's it for us here tonight. Again, thank you for joining us here today, and we will be back with you bright and early tomorrow morning at 8 a.m. when we bring you the weeklies. We're going to have a good time with that. We hope you'll be with us then. But until then, from all of us here at Plainfield TV and Highland Now, we bid you good night.